Fortnite for the first time ever the other night.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Build or no build?
No build.
Oh, okay,
I can't build.
It's better that way.
Hatchet's fine.
Alright.
Played 5 games. 30 kills plus every game. I was like, okay, I'm good with this.
Oh, did we start already?
Yes. Alright. So, last we left off, you guys essentially had this small kind of feast, essentially, celebrating the raid that you were just previously on. Upon arriving back, there were also some new discoveries and things that you had seen. There were a lot of tents kind of set up on the south side of the village. A lot of new people that you had kind of met from there, as well as the lumber mill. I guess it's kind of a lumber mill in a way, but more of like a processing place for all of your guys' wood that you constantly kind of go through and use here, clearing a lot of forest and stuff out. There was a lot that seemed to have happened since you were gone, and there was a lot of stuff that was brought to your attention as opposed to issues kind of closer to home for you guys, essentially. In the ceremony that kind of took place, I guess I wouldn't really call it that, just like I said, it was more just like a minor feast. There was discussion about essentially new people that had arrived. You had met some of them, like Axe, Malik, the Jarl from this other tribe. They were all people from the kind of Fjalheim, which is the mountains kind of to the far north of you guys, from a village called Kjarvine. They were basically attacked and it had pushed a lot of them out. Their village basically, ruined and raided by these individuals. There's not really much of a description of what these individuals actually were, but there was a lot of talks basically of them looking like men but fighting like beasts in a way. As far as any other details, it was just kind of all this big blur. You had spoke with Jarl Sylvie kind of in small details about it when she was basically first introduced to you guys, explaining these basically capable fighters that they had been keeping at bay for some time but had attacked them in some sort of large wave or force, essentially. You also were told that Gimdall and Sifram were leaving to go to Gataland to explain to Jarl Gorndal about this anticipated attacks or whatever it may be in the future. Not sure if they had quite left yet, but you do know that that was in the plans. Right now within the village, everything is pretty calm. There's not much going on. There's just a little bit of I wouldn't really call it a calm before the storm, but you guys are just kind of relaxed right now before you know that the work that you're about to have to do picks up and takes off, because there was talks of building up reinforcements along the sides of the actual village itself. As I said, there's a lot of new faces that you've seen kind of coming and going, more than you were kind of anticipating. You probably could have met everybody in one day, but everybody's been busy doing things throughout the village and kind of contributing in their own ways and falling into these roles and places within the village that they just kind of seamlessly and naturally gravitated toward. You can hear inside of the village everybody just kind of like up, moving around, talking. The sun is out. There's really not like a cloud in the sky right now. It's probably like 60 or so degrees out. It's not like super hot, super cold. It's for you, it'd probably be warmer than normal for all of you guys here. There is like direction, but at the same time you have freedom to kind of do what you see fit within the village for the time being. So as you're kind of moving about and doing things, getting your day started, Sigrid, for you, you are within your house currently, within the village. Probably today waking up maybe a little earlier than normal, whether it be just a little restlessness or things on your mind or whatever it may be, or trying to get some things done for the day. You've had this thing once you've arrived back home, essentially just back to your older routine when you first got back and started, hunting, scouring the woods for materials, keeping busy with making arrows or bows, You had met Malik and stumbled upon this room door that was within the forest itself, and outside of it, even to like the edge of kind of your known world on this side of Midgard, where you found this room door that you stumbled upon, kind of having this faith and stepping out into it and being rewarded with it. And the details surrounding it were pretty straightforward as far as you were concerned. Malik, being from Kjarvheim and knowing, like, speaking and saying that they had some sort of cordial relationship with giants when they had lived within their village, explaining to you that these rune doors were essentially crafted and carved by the giants, who are basically like original rune carvers in a way, making these kind of shrines or places of worship in a way to where they were showing their thanks and stuff to the spirits, and then any that were worthy of accessing or gaining entry into these places would be gifted some sort of items and such. You know a little bit about the relationship with Vikings and giants, so you're trying to kind of piece some things together in your mind, because you had read and seen when you guys had first traveled in your trial that you had toward the bear, where you had seen the first kind of Viking village that was kind of run down in a way and kind of overgrown, and then the talks of the first Vikings and, you know, fear and all of them with the interaction that had become. A lot of information definitely there, and like more lore and stuff behind it, but you have like these little bits and pieces of stuff that you're kind of taking every now and then, and just basically believing most of what you see or hear for the most part, because you don't really have anything else to go off of, as there's not like written books and stuff all over the place that you have like this is the truth in all the time. So at this point, you're in the lower part of your home, kind of reflecting, thinking heavily about the desert and the events that transpired there. You keep thinking over and over again of what you could have probably done differently in order to prevent kind of falling to the Dark One and, you know, basically potentially dying while you were there, and it's a little earth-shaking in a way. You find yourself contemplating a lot. You think of Sulkir very often and his guidance and your kind of faith in the crow and all of the other primal spirits, of course, as well. You look out on the top of your, like up toward the top of the stairway in your village, just kind of like looking around like of your house as you step out, and looking up and to the left, seeing it. There's not really much moving around. The way that the weather is right now too, especially with how calm it is and how much sun there is out, you definitely could go hunting. It seems to be in the cards if you would like to, but there being so much sunlight, it doesn't really give you much options as far as like hiding. The wind itself right now too is kind of starting to slowly pick up, and it's basically like coming from the southeast, which would be pushing like right at your back, blowing your scent basically right into the forest, where you would have to take a really long journey around to try to find something, or just go out and maybe get a couple of rabbits or something, whatever it may be. You start taking in the air around you at that point and not dwelling too much on those things that you've been kind of contemplating, whether you feel them to be failures or missteps or just hardships in general, but you try not to think about it too much as you're in the village now and everything seems to be fine. You feel you've had kind of enough time to think of it and think on it, and now it's time to, in more of a way, like prevent it from happening again, in a sense of trying to do things differently or improve upon yourself in ways that you, like from the outside looking in, nobody would really push it on you, but it's more of like a self-reflective kind of thing that you yourself have been trying to look toward. So is there anything that you would like to do in particular for the day?
It's gonna be practicing with his new bow.
Okay.
And just kind of, you know, inherently kind of knowing how it works just from like attuning to it, but really like trying to like, you know, dial in on what the different elements would do to things, or how he like imbues it with his, you know, special shots and things like that too.
Got it. You find yourself behind your home here in Skalovik. You have several like hay and wooden targets set up. Very simple but effective. You find a lot of small nuances that you find yourself trying to fix as you're back here. The bow itself that you have, it's not like super detailed or like eccentric by any means. It's pretty minimal in its design, but it's very, very solid and strong. The wood itself that it's made from doesn't appear to be anything too fancy. If you were to look at it further, I'm sure you could figure out what it would be. But it's like a strong but kind of pliable wood that allows it to be a very solid bow. The bow itself has a lot of runes basically carved in it in so many different places of it. There are all of them. There's nothing else besides elemental type like runes carved in it pertaining to like fire and water, ice and cold and kind of thunder and lightning, and air, wind, and all of that. It feels solid. You haven't even like shot it yet or even drawn it back at all, but as you're kind of holding it and examining it, you can feel the magical properties that it kind of contains in a way. Like you understand how to kind of use it in a sense, and it's more of an innate kind of connection with the bow that you're able to manipulate and use the abilities through the bow itself. Is there anything specifically you'd like to do with it?
I guess you'd probably just start off like firing it normally, and then starting to imbue elements into it, and then like see what happens when he imbues like an element with like his shadow arrow and.
Yeah. Super simple. As you're drawing the bow back, it's innate, whatever happens with it. If you're thinking specifically like of an element or trying to draw back on it to cause it to do so, but if not, the first like drawback that you take of the bow, you're kind of like holding it, you can see it takes a little bit of thought to do it. It doesn't just like kind of happen. So it takes you like a little bit of time to focus on it and like draw the bow back to get it like cheeked and like set properly. When you draw the string back like on its own without having an arrow in it, trying to implement some sort of effect, it doesn't really seem to do anything. The bow itself will like kind of glow a little bit, but it's not per se like actually giving some sort of random effect that's like glowing on the bow or flames or something are coming off or it gets super cold. But when you place an arrow into the quiver and kind of draw it back and think of just like, you know, making it some sort of a fire arrow, for example, like as you draw it back, you can see like the tip of the arrow just starts to become encompassed with flame as you sit there and hold it. And then you just kind of let it go and it finds the target. You can see the flames kind of rolling up the arrow a little bit onto the wood before it slowly eventually kind of fizzles out and dissipates. You said you wanted to try to do it with one of the shadow arrows as well?
Yeah.
Okay. When you use the shadow arrow, is that a bonus action or is it a just kind of happen kind of deal?
On hit you can choose if you want.
On hit you can do it? Okay.
Yeah.
As you kind of draw it back and, for example, maybe you just draw back and kind of do like a lightning type arrow, you can see as you're doing it, it's not like crackling like really far off. It's staying like kind of contained to the bow, where as you draw it back you can see from the tip of the arrow there's like these crackles of lightning that roll up the actual body of the bow and down, kind of down the shaft of the arrow as well, but most of it is on like the actual arrow tip itself, to where there's like this concentrated bit of lightning that's focused, kind of crackling back and forth. And then as you like let it go, some of it like kind of crackles and rolls back and then slams into the like hay target that's in the distance. And then as it hits, it kind of crackles over to the side, and then also imbuing that kind of shadow effect to it. Doesn't seem to have any sort of conflicting issue where you wouldn't be able to do it at all. It's just kind of this huge burst of dark, twisted energy with like lightning crackling out of the sides. And each arrow that you use in the same elemental kind of pattern would be like, if it was ice, there's just like this fractaling kind of bit of cold and like ice shards that are bust off as the shadow kind of envelops it too. I know you can only do so many of them a day, but there doesn't seem to be any sort of conflicting issues with it as you're shooting it and trying to use it in that way. And the bow itself, like the drawback on it, like the poundage of it, like is easy enough for you to do. It's probably a little bit lighter than your bow. Still probably shoots the same, but you feel that it's probably like nicer that it is a little lighter as opposed to before, where you're having to really strain yourself every time to pull. It kind of has like a little bit more ease to it, and it's very smooth as you're shooting it.
Yeah. I guess it also depends on what kind of wood it's made out of too, to make it easier, heavier, or not.
As you are back here, kind of shooting using the bow, you can hear footsteps kind of over to the side next to you. You see walking up Malik, who you met already, kind of taller, slender, tiefling individual, kind of toned physique. He's carrying the short bow that you kind of gave him. Just kind of walks over. Sorry to bother you, but do you think you have something a bit larger of a bow? This one is well made, but I feel something more like what you may have may be easier for me to use.
Yeah, come on in.
He starts kind of walking with you back toward your house. You get to the kind of lower part of it where you open it up, and again, there's bows, arrows, everything just kind of laying out all over the place.
I kind of just gesture my hand forward.
He steps
Pick
in.
whatever calls out to you.
You should. Thank you. He starts like looking around.
I'm holding.
Kind of sitting over to the side. It is probably made of just like pine because there's so much of it around you. It's not like super pliable as far as the bows would go, but if you get the right, piece of wood, it works well enough, and it's solid. It's not splintering or anything. He just kind of grabs and looks at it. It doesn't seem to have a string like actually drawn onto it yet, but he kind of holds that, and the length of it, you have many that vary in different like lengths and sizes before they get between like a short bow or a long bow. But he finds one that seems like it would be like a good fit. You have anything strung up of this size here?
Maybe not strung up, but I can probably put it together for you. Give me a little bit.
Yeah, you're good. Alright. Well, he's doing that. Voktash.
Aye, aye, Captain.
You... That's all I had planned for him, anyways. At this point, it's quite early in the day, as it normally is when you decide to... I feel like I can't hear the music.
Neither.
I'll get back to you in 1 second. I'll finish up
Yeah,
this
no
other
worries.
stuff.
He's talking to me.
Well, you're supposed to say no worries then.
No, I'm worried about it.
Oh,
Simple enough.
animals are
You
dead. We're using these targets.
kind of sit down. You have like a little stool with a bunch of kind of string, various twine, whatever it may be next to it, with a little like kind of dagger on the side. The bow itself doesn't have any notches or anything cut into it yet either, so you find yourself like kind of notching at the top of it before you start to tie the string and then like pull down. You don't have much of like a mechanical system that would hold the tension on it while you're pulling it down, so you just have to
like
like
a foot
kind of
kind of,
pull it
yeah.
with a foot, and then as you're pulling it down, getting it close. You've done it 100 times, but it's still a little nerve-wracking when you get it kind of pulled down and trying to find the correct tension. Tie it off and just kind of hand it over to him. He takes it. And... Thank you. Do you mind if I go use it out back?
Go right ahead. That's what it's for.
He just kind of makes his way out toward the back of your house. You can hear the, like every now and then hitting. A lot of it you hear is like, and there's like no contact at the back end of it. So you can definitely tell that he seems to enjoy it, but isn't like fully 100% like good with it. And there's like little things with it that he's probably not doing that he should be doing, because you haven't seen him actually shoot the bow yet. You just basically, the two of you walking around and him holding it, and he said he kind of had a like for it and wanted to try to do it.
Yeah, I would probably try and give him some tips.
Okay.
Get behind him.
No, we're not doing that. Send the ball to the hole.
It's all in the tips.
As he's doing it, you can
I'm
see he has a
shooting a
very
bow.
kind of like aggressive grasp on the actual arrow and string at the same time. Where he's like holding it, like grabbing it, like almost where the arrow is just at such a disadvantage. Like once it lets loose, it's going almost down because it doesn't have enough like power behind it to go forward because he's dragging so much resistance with like his hand. To where when he's holding it, he doesn't have like a light kind of grip on the end of it, and all of the fletching is like catching into his hands and his fingers, causing it to either fall really short or like as he's like shooting and like trying to go higher to compensate for it falling short, he just sends it like way far out, and you can see the way that the arrow's even moving is a little off. There's a couple of shots where like when he grabs it and doesn't have that grip like really set, that the arrow just kind of like flings within the bow or just drops like 2 or so feet in front of him.
Malik,
Yes.
if I may, maybe don't grip the middle of the arrow when you're pulling it back.
He's just kind of like holding it and like looking at you in a way.
Go more towards the back. Don't grip the feathers on it. The fletching, you'll ruin it. Try to use like 2 fingers maybe. If you can.
He tries to like do like a good pinch on it, and like he can't seem to like get a good grip. Maybe if you shot one, then I could watch to see.
Sure. So I kind of, get my stance right.
Yeah, you can see him like walk around where he's on the correct side to be able to like see.
Spread your feet out some.
Yeah, he's like
Get a
kind
nice
of
firm
turning like
base.
this as he's looking to try to like keep doing what you're doing in a way.
I kind of like start, knock it on, like on top of my hand and stuff. Try to use my thumb to kind of keep it somewhat close to it, and then slowly stand up, pull it back.
He
Keep
kinda
your
does the
shoulders
same.
straight.
You can see he is like a little slouched and then kind of stands up more. It feels a little uncomfortable.
You'll get used to it. Takes a little bit.
He just kind of shoots, and then the arrow you watch goes a little bit more like on target and in a straight path as opposed to this kind of high arc from the catching all of that and like going low or short or whatever it may be. Sure, that'll help. Keep doing it then.
The longbow, it'll put a big strain on your back. Maybe if you want to practice with that short bow too, it might help you get used to it.
All right. Kind of grabs the other bow on the ground and keeps trying to do it with that. You can see him like slouching a lot as he's doing it, and then you're constantly having to like remind him as he's like pulling it back, and he's kind of like crouched over. And
Remember, back straight.
Right. You can see with the short bow it's definitely easier, but when he does have that long bow, he's kind of like in this like long, kind of extended, like uncomfortable looking straining position where you're constantly like there for 10-15 minutes every time he goes to shoot. You're like telling him like stand up straight basically, and he keeps having to force himself to do it, to where eventually he starts like putting the bow out in front of him as he's like pulling back on it to like give himself a little bit more, to where at one point he actually gets one and like shoots and it finds like kind of in the lower part of the target, but it's still like hitting it, and he's getting closer and dialing it in a little bit more. He kind of like and then like looks at you when it hits the target.
Good. Keep it up.
Keeps grabbing arrows and doing it over and over again. Gets to a point where he just keeps shooting, and you yourself just kind of trail off to go do whatever else it is that you may want to do for the day. Anything in particular?
No, nothing too crazy. Maybe just go to the river and toss like some nets into the water, see if I can get some fish, but nothing too crazy.
All right. Voltash.
Back to you.
I'm not worried about it anymore.
He was worried about it.
They're all dead.
I don't think so.
Who's all dead?
Where's Rolf?
Oh,
Right.
right there.
Hey,
Aw.
my boy. Rolf's a good boy.
That's what I hear.
Okay. Since the last session, you kind of did a little bit of discovering here, I guess, in a way, and moving things around and placing more animals inside of the small kind of corral you have here, as well as the stables that you have, placing the camels into there, and the horse that you had brought back, and whatever animals that were there. You've just kind of been organizing and rearranging and kind of going through your stuff, making sure that everything is squared away. And like Harold said, you kind of just already had it lined up to be in such a way that most of it just kind of took care of itself, as long as everything was provided some bedding every now and then within the stables to stay warm when it was cold. But it warming up now, your biggest thing is just constantly trying to make sure that they're fed and like moving around. And a lot of animals at this time too are like getting ready to breed and have more babies for you to obviously take care of and then use as you see fit. You go through, as you exit the back of your home early in the morning to kind of tend to the animals. You're kind of looking around within the area that you have here that you're responsible for. Everything seems to be taken care of basically for the morning. You can see Ralph is like corralling the sheep over and over again. They seem to be like trying to get out of the actual like portion where it's opened up. Not really sure why, but he doesn't seem to have any issue and just pushes them right back to where they were. You yourself have woken up sometimes and the sheep will just be like wandered out like over towards the stable, or like laying down right behind like where your house is, to where you have to kind of corral them back over and get them back into the portion of the farm that you have delegated for them. And he seems to be kind of doing that on his own, where like normally for you, most like every other morning that you're waking up, one of them has gotten out and you're kind of out looking around for them. The ox that you have put within there as well are very docile. They really don't have, I don't want to say like a lot of drive, but for like a bull, they are just kind of there chilling, and when they see food, they're just chowing down on it, because they're just these beasts of burden that are constantly prepared to like do work, so they want to have constantly have that energy and that fuel for them, so they're just mowing through food. So you see them like tearing up the hay that's sitting inside of the actual pen that you have there like made up, and it prompts you to you have to like throw more in there and like keep them fed. Where they were at the other side, they didn't really have a whole lot going for them, but there was just like big ass dry like dirt patches where they were just scrounging on every bit of grass that they possibly could, or vegetation that was there. You look around and you can see Kiva is also inside of there. She's just kind of on the outer perimeter looking at the fence. You can see her kind of like grabbing it like one spot and kind of moving it a little bit, and then she walks away from it. Maybe it just caught her eye where she thought it might have been a little flimsy or something, but nonetheless she kind of walks back and is moving around. As you're getting ready to like kind of walk over in that direction, you look over and you can see on the fence post, like kind of over to the side, where you've basically like made your way in already. You're kind of standing here, like looking into that, and then on this fence post you see landing is like a crow, like lands on the post. As it sits there and lands, you're kind of looking around, and it catches your attention because the top of the post is clean, there's nothing on it, but then the bird, it's not like it's super important, and like, but for a moment when it catches your eye and you just look at it quickly, something brings you back to it, and you can see it just kind of sitting there like, wow.
Like staring at me? I'll approach it.
Okay. From the inside of the, or the outside?
Inside.
Okay.
I'll keep walking towards it.
As you walk toward the inside, I wonder if I can find a crow really fast.
You better.
No, that probably, oh, wait, that might be big. Oh, there we go.
It's a raven.
Immersion broke.
Yeah.
Look at that. As you get probably about here, you get maybe like 40 or so feet in front of it before you watch it fly off again and land on another post.
He's trying to get you to a secondary location.
This feels like a quest here.
And then again, it
Quest.
does this kind of like intently kind of looking at you with like a.
I will, I guess I'll walk back out around the outside and go follow it. Quick question.
Damn.
How many days has it been, like, since we got back from our little expedition?
So
3?
Because it sounds like there's a little bit of a time skip between this last time and
yeah.
this one.
So the last time that we played 2, we skipped a few days. I don't have like set, like very definitive, like 3 days exactly or 5 days exactly. Like it's roughly been since you've been back. I would probably say about 5 days. Like,
Okay.
not a ton has gone on. It's probably even, yeah, I'd say 5 days. 5 days about. Once you see the crow again doing that, you step out and begin to walk kind of around, cutting through like the little path where the chicken coop is, looking around, and then you hear like a and you look over and can see on top of this house it's sitting there. Once you catch, like, it's kind of just sitting there perched on the edge of the house, and then once you're like looking around and you hear it and then look up and see it, and it sees you and sees that you also have seen it and take notice of it, it picks up and begins to fly.
Okay.
That's suspicious.
I guess I'll head between those buildings to try to track where it is.
Once you start walking and get to like here, you start to notice that it's not like taking off and flying super far. And where it lands, also you can see you're more like neighbors in a way with Svala, who is Steiner's sister.
Yeah.
You can see her like walking around, and she kind of like looks up at the crow for a second, gives like a good smile, and then like starts walking over towards Steiner's house that you can see. And as she does that, the crow itself, like I said, she looks up and sees it like not perched. It's like as it's flying, begins to land. You kind of look at it, look at her, see her smile as she looks, and then starts walking. So she's quite close to it as well, like where it lands. So you don't think you're just like scaring it off every time you get closer and closer. It feels like in a way that it is pulling you towards something.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep following it then.
Yeah. You get to like even about here, and it kind of sits and waits. You get close enough, and before you really have much time to do much of anything, it's like looking down at you, and you're looking at the crow for a moment before it picks up, and you watch it fly over in this direction toward the seer's hut. As you're going to approach, like where you can see the crow, like at, you're aware of where you are in the village. It's not like enormous, and there's not like this bustling metropolis of people and everything. It's just, you know kind of where you're at, but the way that the crow kind of flies, it's low to the hut, and then it like kind of just like picks up and disappears into like the light a little bit that's like shining, and you see that it's just basically brought your attention right toward the seer's hut.
I will approach the seer's house.
You're getting kidnapped for sure.
This creepy old fuck.
You just followed it right in. So I just thought you're just going
What a
in.
fool.
You get to about here. The closer you kind of get,
You're about to do a fight or something. Good luck.
Fucking damn.
You need backup, let us know.
It'll be too late.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get trapped in the fucking dark one. Probably.
you get up and you can see over to the side the shrine that's there. You can see all of the different stone kind of idols of each spirit that is sitting there. You see little bits of gold, jewelry, whatever sort of metal somebody may have, daggers, smaller like kind of shields that have cracks and stuff in them. Just all sorts of different little bits and bobs.
I wasn't prepared for this.
I know.
See if he still has the same moldy cheese on his table.
So,
one bite.
Last time.
One more bite taken out.
Yeah. The one from before we went on the raid.
I got that new rune staff, and I was always kind of carrying around my old quarterstaff with me, just out of habit more so than anything. and realizing I don't really have anything. And since that's a pretty personal object for myself, I'll set that up on the...
Alright. Something that you carried for a long time and was probably either like given to you or you just naturally possessed over time while working with the prior stable hand, like the shepherd that lived there before. You kind of take it with a little bit of hesitancy, but it feels right to kind of do so, and you just kind of place it there. And when you're doing this, it's not like hey, I'm just like giving the seer this shit. Like,
Yeah.
it's like actually like a physical like offering, showing some sort of faith and belief like to the spirits, like giving them something back that they have given you throughout like your life in a way, if that makes sense. So as you like set it and place it there, you realize that, and like the the depth that your offering actually holds and carries, and you just kind of place it there. There's like a little bit of a sigh that you have before you begin to approach and step into the actual hut of the seer. You get up to what you can see is the top of it. Each step that you take, even on those little steps that are built into the hillside that the hut sits upon, there is this kind of like creaking of the wood, and then even the steps into the house have more of a creak to them, like this just loud kind of like... You get up to the front where you can see the door itself. There's kind of this stillness about the trees, like once you have got here. You felt this wind slowly rolling through, that now at this point, like the pines that are around you are just like still, unmoving in a way. You can feel the spirits and this kind of magical force that you connect with anytime you're around this hut itself that just kind of emanates from here. You get to the door and it's open, but you can see that there's like this kind of thin animal pelt that's draped over the entryway, whether it be to keep out light or just, wind or deter things from just stepping into it. But you're basically standing there in front of that.
Okay, just push it to the side slowly and creep in.
Push it to the side and make your way inside. You do see the seer in there as well. I lied, the door was closed.
Butt ass naked?
I wasn't expecting you.
That box, I swear. No, that crow is not my wild companion.
He just likes messing.
As you walk in, he is standing just kind of in front of the fire. This is not actually like a bow and a fish on a shield or whatever the fuck this is. This is just like a small little fireplace with kind of like a stone chimney on the backside of this house here. So as he's kind of standing out in front of that, the fire kind of crackling in front of him, he doesn't turn. You just kind of hear him speak underneath the robe. Spirits lead you here once more, my kin.
Seems so.
He turns and starts to slowly kind of walk towards you, holding the runic kind of stone staff that he has. It's not like much different than the one that you carry, that you kind of possessed through your travels, but it is, every time that it places onto the floor, you can hear the kind of like his feet shuffling underneath the robe. The only appearance seen from him is his long kind of bony, thin fingers in their pale complexion. I sense a darkness clung to you, wrapped around your spirit like a leech. Sit.
Okay, I'll look around for the nearest seat and
Yeah.
pop down.
You see him walk over to a shelf. He grabs a wooden bowl, a deep purple rune crystal, and an orange one. The bowl that he has, you can see he kind of just like places it inside of the sleeve of his robe. Like as he's grabbing it, he just kind of grabs it and sets it there, and then grabs the crystal and the other one, and then kind of tucks the other arm of the bowl is a little bit closer to him as to carry it with a little bit more ease. He walks over to you, as he is there now, kind of toward where you had seated yourself is somewhere halfway between like the table in the corner and his cauldron that he has in the middle. The cauldron itself, you can see that has the little bit of some sort of like a dead tree that is like growing on top of the roof, like down into the actual cauldron itself. This will not be pleasant. He hands you both crystals, kind of like gesturing as he's holding one of them out, like the orange one that he's holding forward. Just kind of sitting there waiting for you to either take it or place your hand out.
I kind of just take a deep breath after he says it's not going to be pleasant. Just like thinking about everything that's been going on and how like at this point I'm kind of prepared for it, even though I know it's going to suck ass. So yeah, I'll just kind of reach out with my hands open, not to take them, but if he's offering, you know.
As your hands are kind of flat outward, he takes the orange one first and kind of places it into your hand. As you're holding it and it goes into your hand, when he was holding it, there wasn't really much of a glow or anything to it. And when you hold it as well, there isn't initially. And then he takes, so he kind of has the one, hands it forward, takes the other, a little bit more hesitant, and then he places it onto your hand, and you can kind of instantly feel this surge of energy that goes into the runes itself, that you can kind of feel this like lump in your chest in a way as well, where you can see a very, very dull kind of glow from the orange crystal that you're holding, while that deep purple colored one has this visible, bright, dark purple glow. Like the glow itself is like a dark purple color, but it's brighter in its actual intensity than that orange crystal is. Do not drop either crystal at any time.
Holding on for dear life.
Now holding both, you focus on both of them, kind of examining them, feeling the weight, the balance. They don't seem too far off. Your grip is a little shaky because you're concentrating so much on like not dropping them that you feel like you're gonna drop them every single second that you're holding them. He walks over to the shelf, and at that point you can see he grabs something from the shelf. At first you don't know 100% what it is, but you can see like stone and like some sort of like wood. He turns around and you can see what is a like Chris dagger. You can see the handle is made of bone. The blade itself is stone. It's kind of jagged and zigzagged. And as he walks over toward you,
You couldn't commission a fucking sharper one from Kane? What the hell is this?
he walks over toward you, holding the blade essentially pointed like at you. The one hand on the staff, the one hand with the dagger as he steps closer and closer.
By your dullest blade.
The spirits have woven your fate in Yggdrasil. The roots buried deep in Midgard for you to reveal beneath the dirt. You must place faith in them. Know yourself. Know your strength. Know what it is to be Viking, to be Asgardian. Your belief will carry you. Your disbelief will bury you beneath the tree in the flames of Skullgard. Be here now, crow, bear, wolf, fox, eagle, dragon, serpents. It's at that point that he takes the dagger and drags it across the back of your hands. As you hold each crystal, you take 3 points of slashing damage, and you need to make a Constitution save.
Don't tell he was like sawing.
Just like,
Fuck, is it bleeding yet? I don't think so. It just hurts.
20?
Yeah.
You feel the warm blood as it kind of soaks the back of your hand and drips onto the floor. There's energy within the hut. It's almost palpable in a way, and you can see the crystals kind of glowing back and forth. The purple glowing kind of brighter as the blood starts to drip, and then as the orange tries to grow kind of brighter and glow, the purple almost tries to smother it in a way and cause it to almost get snuffed out. You start to focus at a point where you're expecting Seerco to be there and to like be speaking and like saying things over and over again, and you can just feel yourself basically bleeding from the back of your hands. You have the natural instinct to kind of like hold the wound. It's a deep enough cut to where the pain of it, like you're wincing when he goes and drags the blade across the back of your hands. Like the blood itself, the wound itself still has like a sting to it as well. The stone blade itself is sharp enough, obviously, to have cut the wound, but the way that it just kind of raked across your hand was uncomfortable, and you hold true to it and don't drop the crystals at all. Him in front of you, like after he's sliced across the back of your hands, essentially, you kind of like winced and then sat there for a second, and then opening your eyes, you realize that you're just standing basically in a just dark, empty space in a way. You feel your heart rate kind of pick up and intensify in a way. You can feel the energy basically flowing through like that left crystal, almost like crippling your hand, like causing your muscles to feel like they're tensing up. Oh, the orange one on your other hand is just this very, very dull orange color that's like almost like flickering at this point. And the purple seems to basically be fighting you, trying to like push back any sort of resistance that you may have toward it. And you can feel it in your chest, like a very similar feeling to when you naturally, or when you initially were basically afflicted with whatever it has been that's been like kind of making you feel uneasy. You can feel that same sensation, and it feels familiar in a way. You're still just bleeding onto the floor. Your heart's racing in this moment. You can feel that dark purple crystal slowly encompassing like almost your body in a way, to where you can feel it in your chest and your stomach, like the back of your neck in a way. And then your right arm is still feeling like free, and it's not by any means like tensing up like your left one kind of is. You can see your vein like in your arm is like popping out from you sitting there.
Well, so yeah, I guess I'm assuming this dark space feels familiar.
Yeah.
So, and then hearing what the seer had just said, I'll kind of try to calm myself down a little bit. Take a deep breath, start thinking back to the dreams and the dark one trying to like entice me, and seeing that orange light and me trying to like get to it and save it, and fighting the dark one, and then literally almost dying, and then that orange light coming and saving me, and I'll be focusing on that and trying to put my faith and belief and trust in that it's going to be there to help. Either I need to provide that sort of energy myself, or anticipating that that same thing is protecting me and helping me to get through this right now.
Okay. Make a wisdom check for me. Just d20 plus your wisdom.
Natural 20?
Natural 20.
Hey.
All right.
He said, "Let me check."
2 to 0. You a
She
cheater?
said, "Oh, damn, good job."
Yeah, let's go.
I don't even know what that means.
Nice. Let's go.
It's almost instantaneous where you calm yourself and find a different part of this space that you're kind of in, and feel like you've constantly been confined to, in a sense, where every time that you have made it to what you know to be the Dreamlands, and have been explained to you what the Dreamlands is by Seer Ko, of this kind of in-between of basically Midgard and Asgard, this kind of connecting space where you can kind of freely travel in this infinite circle between the two in a way. You yourself have always found the dreams that you have kind of had to be in this kind of space where it starts out in a way where you feel at peace, in a sense. You've had dreams of like flying through clouds, seeing these large palaces of like brass and bronze and gold, the sun constantly kind of shining, and then always toward the end of it there's like this impending doom that just seems to be constantly like lurking and trying to encroach in these visions and places that you're projecting yourself into, in a sense. You start to make a lot more sense of this space and the things that it means and its potential, and how you can use it in a way, and how not only you are using it, but the Dark One has been using it specifically toward you in a way. you were told that whatever this entity protecting you is, your guardian in a sense, the Dark One is essentially after it and is using you in some sort of a way to try to find it. Knowing that, you start to think kind of inward and protect yourself and shield yourself in a way from his sight and like his gaze in a way to where he can't infiltrate your mind anymore and get into your space without you being in more of a common ground in a way. The Dreamlands for you has been so mysterious and it's hard to fully understand and explain even for me to like you right now and what you understand of it. But you do have the at least sense that you have much more control and power over your role that you play there and the things that you experience within it. You try to reach out to find the guardian, that kind of entity and that spirit, to try to use the influence from it in order to protect you, but realize that it is something that you probably shouldn't reach for and try to find, because whatever this darkness is that is looking for it, the second you start to call that towards you, it's just going to get it anyway. And you find that like almost quick kind of inner peace and epiphany toward this, to where you realize that you must like protect yourself in a way before you can try to seek out your guardian, because the second you find it and the Dark One has some sort of idea of where you are, he basically is one at that point. So you just almost in your own way just project as much energy forward as you can inward, using like the spirits and your own inner strength to push forward all of this power into the crystals that you're holding. You can feel that slight sensation of like ease, like almost like a sore muscle just slowly kind of relaxing. The intense like ache and soreness is still there, and you can feel your blood kind of just like curdling through your body. Your heart is like racing. You can feel your breath is just calm, but your heart is still like beating really, really fast. You funnel all of that energy into that kind of left crystal in a sense of not like trying to fill it with anything, but to destroy it, and you do as you're holding them. You're holding both crystals, and there's this loud kind of shatter and break noise, and then as that happens, the room around you just goes right back to where the seer was, and him just standing basically right in front of you, holding the dagger. You holding the crystal, you can see he kind of like takes up the dagger and like brushes it across his shoulder where a bunch of the shards have kind of exploded onto. There's some of them still like sitting in your hand, and then the crystal that's on your right hand kind of has this bright orange glow to it before it just kind of goes out for a second. Good. It seems that you understand now.
I don't think I knew what I was supposed to understand, and it just came to me all at once. Kind of hold the crystal. Kind of reach back towards it.
He like puts the dagger like in a sash or something on his belt and takes the crystal from you before slowly walking back over toward the shelf. That's all for now.
Well, thank you.
Be mindful when you encroach into those dreamlands. You've seen what can happen.
I'll protect myself. Kind of like looking around the room a little bit. Then I'll head out.
Alright.
Short and sweet.
Once you make your way out, you're expecting it to be light still. It is dark outside. The sun seems to have gone down. The blood that was kind of on the back of your hands, it's basically like just red and kind of covered. You can see like the inflammation on the edges of it from it being so irritated. Where the cut is itself, there's a lot of like dried and kind of crusted blood on it, but it's not like quite scabbed over. It's more or less like if you were to like kind of just like wipe it for a little bit there, like it would break off and you'd probably continue to bleed. So you just kind of head back toward your house unless there's something else you would like to do. Okay. When you get back, you just kind of start to like wrap your hands, both of them, from the kind of cuts on the back of them. And with a little bit more of kind of relief and ease. Find yourself in bed, not really worried of drifting into some place that you may be in danger.
Yeah, I'd say that the past week or two since we encountered the Dark One have been pretty, not restless, but uneasy for Voktesh to just sleep or really get any rest. But at least when he got back to Skalavik, he was definitely focused on trying to take his mind off all that stuff, just focused on taking care of the animals and everything. And after that happening, he kind of finds some new confidence in himself to actually rest. So he's not afraid to go to sleep and just let whatever happens.
Yep. Okay.
So am I not cursed anymore?
You are no longer cursed.
Now I gotta curse him.
Should be back to normal.
This guy, not cursed.
Not cursed.
We'll see.
For right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen again.
Worse next time.
Double cursed.
Jesus.
Not the party. Not cursed party.
I'm just saying, I rolled a natural 20, but imagine if I rolled a natural 1. I would have got double cursed for sure.
Double for sure. Double cursed. Maybe quadruple cursed.
Super cursed.
Yeah.
Tarsier would have been like, get out!
Dunked you in the cauldron.
This is the only way to get you uncursed. We gotta baptize you in the cauldron.
Drowns you.
Where's the money, Lebowski?
Monty is not real, Monty. It's not real. Okay, Kane.
That's it.
You don't really have a lot of duties here outside of the forge, but you constantly find yourself assisting in everything that you possibly can, whether it be, hard labor, moving stuff around, pitching in every now and then on the farm itself. But a lot of your time gets consumed at the forge itself, kind of crafting, sharpening up tools, weapons, whatever it may be, just making sure that everything that you guys have from a blacksmithing perspective is handled. And even though the work itself piles up for the most part, it's something that you have always found kind of joy in and been passionate about working in. You've always clung to it in a way, the forging aspect of it. Waking up the next day, it's basically the same every day as you're getting up. You're kind of going at the forge, making whatever it is that needs to be done. Right now, the wall kind of being forged itself. Some either sort of large metal banding for the walls themselves, or some large kind of spikes that would be equivalent to a nail are going to have to be made, as well as a couple of heads for kind of carpentry type hammers that you can kind of hand over to Sigrid, where he then at that point could make handles for them and kind of get all of that set up. Much of that is just kind of on your own that you come up with, but Hellman probably would have at least at one point or another mentioned it or brought it up to somebody that it needed to be done, essentially. It's kind of some weird way of basically saying, we need nails without asking you if you can make nails. But you have no issue with it and start to get to the forge and work on those things. It doesn't really take you much time either to make a bunch of these nails. You make a lot more kind of longer pieces of it as well, kind of thicker, to where they're almost like railroad spikes, but probably a little thinner than that. The metal itself, the only issue that you find as you're going kind of at it through the day, maybe the first 3 or so hours of your day of doing it, where you're just sitting there kind of going at the carving of it and hammering it out on the anvil. Every now and then you kind of crack a couple in half because they get a little thin, and it's not really much of an issue because you just take the cracked pieces and throw them in a separate bucket where they can probably just be used for smaller metal nails for Hellman to use. At one point, you fill up a bucket with these kind of spikes these larger kind of building nails. The bucket's kind of over there to the side, basically between where your forge is and where the construction of the wall has kind of started. And you've been a little bit informed on how it's going because you've had to move some things back and forth, or Yurt has been coming over to grab a lot of the buckets of nails and just like bring them over and then bring back an empty bucket for you to kind of fill at your leisure. You can see from where your forge is, kind of over in the distance, where the actual wall is being built, or at least has started. As you're kind of up elevated, you can see right here over on this far side, like where the actual wall is being constructed. There's like really, really large trees that were kind of cut down, like height-wise, but not like as much as like the base of the tree. Like it's probably only like 2 or so feet around, maybe even 3 feet around. But the actual height of the tree is quite large, so a lot of them were kind of cut down, and you can see Hellman with this large, basically like saw that he's just like scraping down the sides of the trees to make these large, almost like pillars in a sense. You can see in the distance Brodier as well is over there helping move a lot of that around. You can see Axe. You haven't really met him yet, but he's just this kind of large, muscular tiefling individual kind of over in the distance. Helmand is over there. You can see Torbind over there. It seems that a lot of people are dedicating their time and resources now to actually working on the wall. So this would probably be maybe 3 or so days after Volkesh just had his thing with the seer. So the village at this point now is moving into this kind of work mode where everybody has their role and their duty to fulfill, and you're kind of working at that. Prior to this, you would have probably had time to forge and make anything that you would have wanted to at least start in a sense, and then when you had downtime not really doing stuff with the wall, you would have easily been able to finish up or work on that more. So if there is anything that you want to do or forge, you are more than welcome to do that.
I don't have like a ton of time for my own stuff. So I just work on like the shield first.
Okay.
And then that would take the least amount of effort.
Got it. So if you would, we'll do this check in here. We'll just make it like 3 for the crafting points. It's just are you just making like a round kind of traditional kind of Viking style type of shield? Okay, cool. So it's not like a big tower shield or anything crazy. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll make it a 3. So to make a percentage check, you need 0 to 90 on that.
83.
All right. So it is successful. Just roll a d20. We'll do it with your strength and proficiency.
14.
14. Double check. 14 gives you.
I guess this would be an ability check. I don't use my tactical mind on it, but.
Yeah, it is. 14 would give you 1 point toward it.
16.
16? That gives you 2 points toward it. So you're basically done with it in a sense. Sigrid would have had to probably, or already had provided, like, some shields. Like, even though you do a lot of stuff with bows, you're probably one of the most crafty people with wood within the village as far as, like, wood making, like, carving and stuff goes. Construction type building, like Hellman takes care of and works on in a much larger kind of rough form, where you are more of like a finished woodworking kind of person, making handles for blades or tools, as well as like carving the bows, arrows. All of that stuff is like, it just falls into your realm of things to do, because it's not just bows and arrows. Like your abilities allow you to do much more than just that, just because of the natural like connection between all of it with like working with wood constantly. So you would have made several like shields up, super simple, like having like a sawn off or cut piece of a stump that has just been kind of rounded out and sanded out to make some sort of large, sturdy, round shield. to where you yourself like have that to work with, and start to add some sort of kind of metal banding around the edges of it, a kind of large metal protrusion in the center of it. So there is a lot more of so if like a blade hits it, obviously it's not going to just like cut it in half in a sense, or an axe hits it. That metal is like placed on there for purpose in a sense. There's a lot of small little metal kind of, it's equivalent to like a rivet, but it's just more of like a pin that's placed on there in several spots, to where like again it's just another layer of protection where you're keeping it light but also adding more to it. The band around the edge is probably the part that you have the hardest time getting, because you have to just basically keep flattening out a piece of metal and rolling it at the same time around like the horn on your anvil. So you're flattening it out and then putting it on there and kind of like bending it and tapping it in place, like as you're setting it on top, hitting it back and forth. You basically place the large kind of ball piece of metal like right in the center of the shield, so that goes in quite easy, and then on the other side of it just have a way of like securing it and kind of flattening to it. The strap itself is something that you would have to kind of do yourself too. You kind of take like 2 solid nails and pop them through it on both like the bottom and top part of the metal or leather strap for you to have some place to hold. And then you do it comfortable to you too. You kind of like at first feel and like have the shield down on the like table and like set your arm where it is that you think you would hold it, and then take like a knife or something and do like a little hole that you carve into each spot where you would want the strap to sit, and then go through and put both of those straps onto where your arm would kind of fit snug and nice in there. And you kind of spend the first full day of like crafting and working on the shield, making sure that all of those small like pins are on there, as well as that center piece of metal, and then the strap where your arm would kind of go through, to where you at least have that metal band started for the shield, but the sun starts to kind of set and go down to a point where like you don't really have much daylight left to work with, so you can't per se like work on the actual metal banding portion of it. So with that being said, you kind of fall asleep and don't really sleep very long, because there's like this little bit of excitement of getting it done and like kind of making it, and also a little bit of a rush too, because you know that you're gonna have to start like really working on the actual wall. So this would be a little bit prior to you actually having to do all of that for Hellman and getting the nails and everything done. So with that being said, you take the day that is before you to finish up the shield. So if you could make another crafting check for this new day.
22.
Alright, and then same thing this time is gonna be, it'll be strength too, because you're still having to bend it back.
26.
26. Okay, yeah. That will definitely complete it. Alright, so again, that metal banding that kind of goes around the edge of the shield is a very important part of it that you find yourself. It's just something that you probably have done before, like doing it, but you yourself, it's very meticulous and tedious to do it. You just have to keep taking some sort of piece of metal, heating it, flattening down a little bit, and then taking it over the horn that's on the edge of your anvil and like hammering away at it to curve it enough into the right kind of like angle in order for it to properly fit around the shield. So you're constantly having to put it on there, hammer at it, bring it over to the shield, set it onto the side of it, and make sure that it's constantly like going in the correct pattern and angle in order to fit properly around it. You get it to a point. You probably spend like a good 5 hours on it this last day. Just that band itself, trying to get it into the right shape and correct form. And within that whole kind of 5 hour span, you get that completely secured around it. And then as you're doing it, you have these like basically like metal kind of pliers that have like a very very flat edge to them at the bottom. Like they're very very primitive. They're not super intricate tools, and you're just kind of like taking it, like squeezing really hard to almost like crimp the metal into the wood, and you keep kind of doing it. You can feel the metal of the actual handle bend a little bit, but they do all the time, and you're kind of moving it back and forth, squeezing all the way down it to where the band's fully there. You can see it's just basically a piece of wood that has the metal and stuff affixed to it, that you could have, you know, something painted on it or drawn on it or whatever, burned into it, and carved into the wood, whatever it may be. But you do have the shield. It is kind of the right weight as well. It doesn't seem to have any issues to it. You know that it's well made because you did it.
Well, I'd probably take a break from the forge. In that case, I'm not sparring with anyone, but I'm just practicing like moves on the little dummies.
Yep, gotcha. Yeah, you making your way over to there and trying to get a feel for it, essentially, like of what the difference in the weight is, even like swinging with the one hand. Like the greatsword itself is too heavy to where you have to like have both hands on it, like moving it to have efficient like strikes. It's almost like taking like, you know, heavier weight and holding it there and like holding it for a little bit, and then you pick something up that's super light and you feel this like weird difference between the two, and it's hard for you to like really adjust to just like the either long sword or a short sword or an axe or whatever it may be that you're wielding aside from the shield. You're constantly wanting to like have this weird sensation of grabbing the sword with both hands, even though you have the shield there. And with certain blades, you can like a long sword has a long enough like handle on it where as you're holding the shield, you're like kind of holding the sword as well. But trying to actually like swing with it is just like it just doesn't really work well to where you're getting into this different style of having a feel for it, where you're even starting to work the shield in a little bit, like slamming that forward or holding it in front of you, placing the sword on top of it, like taking slashes, stabs, quick cuts, whatever it may be, like quick blocks and cuts, like holding the shield out to your side and like attacking from one way while you're blocking another. You spend a good bit of the day like after you completely finish it, and like I said, the excitement of having it done, where you want to like work with it and try to manipulate it and like get better with it in a sense. But you do have it. It's a little different than the greatsword, but you're pretty skilled in most of the weapons that you pick up anyways. Okay. Anything else you want to do?
Well, you'd probably spend an hour or two pretend fighting those. And then if there's still daylight left, you'd work on important things.
Got it. Okay. Alrighty. So, for you, Lyra, you wake up inside of the tent here. Hold on, let me see if I got the right thing.
My name's Joe.
Name's Joe.
Joe Mama.
Oh, shoot.
Don't want to fuck up his names. Okay.
I said glass. I thought it was just plastic.
We can find out the hard way if you want.
Go for it.
Okay, Lyra. You wake up within the tent that you have here inside the village of Skalavik. It is not home to you, but it has kind of felt more and more so like as time has gone on for this time period. You can see the tent that you're in here. The fur kind of lines the floor. So like this would be your tent here. And then this is just basically everybody else that you are close with is just kind of circled around this one little fire here. Let's see. I hate how blurry this gets. I feel like it's my eyes sometimes, but it's definitely not my eyes.
It is.
It's perfectly clear for me.
That's great.
Okay.
Must be nice.
Let me see. Alright, Lyra, so, exiting the tent itself, there's a lot of green. It's a lot more than you're used to. You can see all these tall trees surrounding the village itself. The sound of this running water. There's the chatter of the village and the day kind of ahead of you. It's been a pretty life-changing couple of months, and you've really only just arrived here in the village. You've met a few people, and the word around the village right now is that there's some Vikings that have just come back from raiding in the east, which is something that you and your people have never really even heard of as like going east or anything. You just really knew the mountains and where you came from in your village and everything that kind of surrounded that, and were content there, but everything has kind of opened up to you as far as the world is concerned now, especially being here with everybody. Although right now the people you call your neighbors are these individuals within the village that you have kind of, you really haven't met anybody per se. You've just kind of stuck to your little circle for the time being and kind of observed from a distance in a way, contributing where you can every now and then. Everybody here shares your beliefs and the same beliefs of your people and the primal spirits and Viking ways, and it's apparent that you're amongst at least like-minded individuals in a sense. Once you are looking around, kind of taking in your surroundings, you can see the small pockets that you and those from Kjarvheim have made in the campground on this kind of south side of the village itself. Looking out, you see Kaimane. He's kind of moving a few crates around, seemingly like looking for something inside of the crates themselves. You see Thexan and Arkin are quietly kind of sitting next to these embers of the actual fire itself, kind of sitting quietly there as the embers slowly die out in this kind of morning light. You don't see the other two, your other two siblings, Cerny or Tierney. They're just kind of around, but you're sure that they're still probably asleep, if anything. A few nights ago, there was this ceremony that was held for those Vikings that you've kind of heard of that were out raiding and have returned. At the ceremony itself, your people were mentioned and the kind of hardships that you guys have recently endured. Speaking of the force, basically that they were kind of talking about that the force that had raided Kjarvheim and the potential danger that kind of lies there. Jarl Sylvie, who is basically your lord or jarl of your tribe, essentially, very newly appointed as her father was the previous. I do have his name. Her father was Jarl Harben Grelfor, and he died in the raid as well. But she is alive and well, and kind of newly became like your guys' leader in a sense, just out of happenstance. She guided all of you guys kind of down here through the council of Seer Malida as well. Basically going with what they believe to be the spirits guiding you here, and you stumbling upon like another Viking village. It took you months to even travel this far. Your supplies were running very low. You were going into unfamiliar territory that you were not sure what you were going to run into. As I said, the mountains kind of provided enough to where you never really had to leave them much, and you know, the odd caravan or carriage that you may have attacked with your siblings and whoever else gave you guys plenty of stuff to survive on and thrive on within the mountains. Aside from the horrors that you had to flee from within the mountains, you found kind of solace and sanctuary amongst these Vikings that kind of call themselves bone cloaks here in Skalvik. Looking around, as I said, you see Kaimane. He walks over toward Thexan and Arkin and hands them a water skin, and then he goes over to you, also handing you one. Knew we grabbed some before we left. Just thought it'd be something good to have. I have a feeling we're going to be working our asses off around here to earn our keep. He gives a little grin and then sits down next to you on the ground, kind of with like one knee up and his arm on it, in a location where it's just the two of you kind of close to each other talking. He looks over to this tent kind of like right to your right, essentially. The other one that's more of like a darker color. So your Malada's in there with Diast right now. Still no change. I'm sure whatever it is, he'll pull through. Surely the spirits will not take anything more from us, sister.
I hope that to be true. Also, can my name be Lyra?
Lyra?
Yeah,
Yes.
not Lyra. Okay, thank
Got
you.
it.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Those are nice
You're
and
fine.
stone.
I was worried. I was like, does it sound Viking enough? I don't know.
You're good, Lyra.
Awesome.
Good.
Thank
Exiting the tent at this point, you see your Melida. She's kind of slightly tall, maybe like 5'10". She has this kind of sort of straw hat with a veil that circles the entire hat itself. She is seemingly human or elven. You're not really 100% sure. You've had limited interactions with her in her time within the village. She's a very like to herself kind of hermit type of individual. Her clothing is this kind of long flowing robe made of several furs and hides that are patched together in cloth. She carries with her a wooden staff that has several runes carved into it, many of them relating to Vexir, the wolf spirit, and her grace. Melida walks over toward you and Kaimane. You can see both Thexan and Arkin are a little bit over to the side. Also, if I'm pronouncing any of these names wrong, correct me so I don't
No, that's
do it
good
all
so
the time.
far.
Over to the side, like as they're kind of sitting there, basically both of them next to one another, eating something in the morning. Like you can see them kind of like looking over in your guys' direction to try to kind of hear almost in a way where like kids would try to eavesdrop on like what parents are talking about when they're trying to speak in private. So you, Kaimane, and Malada are just kind of over toward like where your tent is, just kind of sitting there. She makes her way up over toward you. As I said, kind of the veil in front of her face. You can see very faint features beneath it. It's very thin. He's not lost yet. His mind is in a battle that only he can win. The wounds he suffered are healed. His body is strong. We just must wait and give praise to the spirits and hope they have chosen to guide him back on a path to us. At that point, she doesn't really say much. She begins kind of walking away on her own after kind of just giving you a brief update of what you were kind of already expecting from when you guys had left your village initially. You've seen it very apparent amongst all of your siblings, aside from like you and Kaimane, of like not really trying to put on a brave face. Like they're bummed in a sense, upset, kind of sad, and you and Kaimane are just trying to like keep things going and moving and like, you know, keep pushing on and forward. After she kind of walks away, so Lyra, what are you planning on doing today? Anything?
Truthfully, I have no idea.
Me
I
either.
guess I go where I'm needed.
Yeah.
So far, I haven't been needed.
Yeah. Sure we all will be here at some point.
Hmm.
I'm gonna head over to Helmand. He's supposed to be the builder here. See if I can give him a hand with some things around here.
Sounds good. Let me know if you need any help.
I will. He slowly takes his time, like kind of getting up, just kind of sitting around. You guys have like food and stuff around. A lot of it has just been like stews that are kind of prepared. So he kind of reaches toward the small pot there and gives himself like a little bit of food. They're not like super delicious by any means, but they are nutritious enough to where you guys are fed and there's no issue with that. There was a little bit of time where you guys started like making your way down here, excuse me, where you were starting to run out of a lot of your supplies, like along your journey, like a couple months that it took you to even get to here. And I remember I sent you that little picture of like the path that you kind of took to get here.
Yeah.
It's very like hilly and tall grass essentially once you actually left the mountains themselves. But nonetheless, once you arrived, you've basically just been doing that specifically. Is like when you're kind of needed, like you just kind of pitch in very quickly and kind of shrug back and do whatever it is you want. Kind of clinging to the shadows every now and then, like staying in the background, jumping in where needed, and like observing a lot and seeing a lot. You have seen a lot of the people within your actual tribe, like from Caravine, interacting with a lot of people from inside of the village, like doing things just from happenstance, like running into each other. You remember a few days ago watching Axe, who is the large kind of tiefling individual from your tribe. Both him and Kaimin being like usually like the strongest of your kind of people, the two of them, between like your brother and Axe. Axe, this kind of large tiefling, you saw him interacting with this kind of shorter, kind of like average height rather, human individual, kind of had like bald on the side of his head, like a kind of mohawk, beard. They kind of ventured off and kind of walked around, and then you have seen a lot of times this kind of stout dwarven individual who your brother just referred to as Helmand, who's like the builder here, constantly moving back and forth between like right next to where your actual tents are set up, there is this like very primitive like lumber mill setup, so you're constantly seeing him moving back and forth from there. And you've seen a lot of people and different faces, and the village itself isn't like super crowded. And there's probably just about as many people here as there were in Caravine when you left from there. So you're kind of just in this state right now where it's waiting back and trying to help where you can in a way. And if there's anything like at any point where you want to walk around and like go find something or somebody, you're more than welcome to. But not much has changed like since you got here. Like everything's been kind of the status quo, and then ever since these Vikings that kind of raided the east got back and things are starting to pick up, you start to see it throughout the village. You see people like up, moving around, trying to kind of get things done and prepare for what has been said as like possibly, another attack like you guys experienced, like whatever this is, maybe pushing its way down or finding or chasing like after whatever you guys are. But there is this kind of transition into how things are, like the vibe of the village. Like you went from just kind of sitting back and gathering all of your family together and making sure everybody was good to now like trying to look around and like pitch in where you can, in a sense. After Kaiman sits there and kind of finishes up and like eats the stew that's in front of him, he sets it down and then kind of gets up and goes and gathers his things and starts to basically just walk to try to find work to help with whatever's going on. Alright, is there anything that anybody would like to do before we move on? I was trying to get something else done, but Jared is telling me he's not going to be here till 5, so it's going to be after that. Anything in particular? If not, I'm going to do this stuff with you, Steiner. Alright. As you are inside of your house, basically, you can see, like, you're kind of getting ready to exit and, like, walk out and go do something, right? You get to a point where you can see, like, out the window, standing there, is your sister, basically, like, walking up toward your house. You're getting ready to kind of go out for the day and possibly either go look for somebody and talk to them, or like go out into the forest and look for things. Just kind of blankly like looking at you for a moment. Hello, brother.
Howdy.
I was planning on heading into the woods. Father says mother needs some moon thistle. Not sure what that is, but I'm pretty sure you can find it.
Probably.
He said it's a gray, poofy flower.
Great and poofy.
Would you like to accompany me?
Yeah, why not? I was gonna go out there anyways.
Oh, look at that. She sits there for a moment, just kind of blankly staring, and then eventually begins making her way toward the woods, the forest. You as well begin going through the forest with Svala. The woods themselves are calm. There's not really much going on out there. Hold on one second.
Some galloping going on a second
There's
ago.
some forest ambiance. Ambiance.
Fancy.
Like, there's not much going on within the forest itself. And by that I mean, like, there's not much wildlife running about. It's pretty still and quiet. The occasional shadow out of the corner of your eyes causes them to dart about, just being vigilant. It's not like you're worried about anything. It's just more or less your natural kind of awareness of what's going on around you. You begin looking for this described moon thistle, and it's something you're sure you've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
Its properties are something you're not quite 100% sure about, but you're pretty confident that, like, and you trust in your father's kind of herbalist knowledge, as he's basically the one who started and, like, taught you within that aspect of your profession and things. Having zero idea is part of the alchemical portion of it, but as far as the herbalism portion of it goes, he has guided you in, you know, first starting off, like, gathering mushrooms or whatever it may have been, specific herbs within the forest. As you're going through kind of looking for it, it seems simple enough to find because a gray flower is not super common, and it being like this kind of thistle is going to be very, like, what's said, kind of poofy. Like, it doesn't have, like, traditional petals or anything. It's just like a very thistle kind of plant itself. As you're going through, you can see that Svala walks with absolutely zero direction as she moves through the forest, like through the woods, seemingly pretty, like, oblivious to the world around her, yet taking in every bit of it all at once. She seems very caught up in just being out here. You'd imagine if she were to go out looking for it, she would probably find it, but it would take her a very, very, very long time. Every now and then, you find her kind of looking up toward the canopy of trees or down at the ground in a puddle of water, just in a bit of a trance, as she stares blankly at before kind of snapping out of it and continuing on. The two of you don't really say much to one another, aside from just kind of walking every now and then. Occasional glance caught between the two of you as you're just kind of making your way through, just checking in, making sure that each of you are still there and well. At some point, you start to intently look more for this moon thistle flower. Bless you.
Thank you.
If you could roll a perception check.
Natural 20. Which is just a 20.
All right. You do find this flower. You actually find a good, like, little meadow that it seems to have grown in quite a bit. And it's not really like a flower or a plant. It's more of like a weed that grows, like, in certain patches very, very drastically. And you seem to have found and stumbled upon one of them to where you can gather up like a large basket size full of it if you wanted to.
Yeah, for sure.
Careful, as you normally are, when you try to harvest something that you have not yet touched before or been around.
I think he probably has like a pair of leather gloves that he puts on, especially with herbs he hasn't touched before or used before.
Yeah, and after you do, you kind of just start popping them out, like from the root. Some of them you just cut the flower part off, just to grab it in different forms of it, because you're not 100% sure exactly how your needs or your father's needs for it are going to be needed, or used. You take the plants, like, I'd say, like, easily like a good, you know, small sized basket just full of them in various different forms.
Mm-hmm.
Little bits of twine, maybe even, that, like, when you pull it straight out from the root, you gather like 10 or so of them and then put them in like a little bundle and keep it all there. You spend a good bit of the day just going through the forest. Like, as you're sitting here, like, picking and pulling at the plants and kind of gathering them, you look up every now and then just to check around you. And you can see Svala is like just kind of like prancing about, like walking through the woods, like looking around. At one point, she sits down like out in front of you and is just kind of like looking, and she's like looking very like intently at your face for a while, like just kind of staring. You don't really pay much mind to it. You just continue doing what you're doing before eventually she just herself stands up and kind of trots off to where you don't really see or hear her much anymore, and you get lost in kind of collecting the herbs in front of you before placing them also into a basket. After doing so, you look up and start to try to kind of look around for her and find her. You do see her kind of standing over in the distance. She seems to be in like a small clearing in the woods, but she's not staring kind of at the clearing. She's just kind of like looking straight like through the trees, just like kind of standing there with her arms at her side.
I'm gonna kind of try to look where she's looking and see if I see anything.
Looks like there's a lot of like green and shrubs and kind of brush. Where the direction she's looking in as well, there's not really like much beyond like the brush and trees. Like it's maybe like 15 feet in front of her, and that's all it is like vegetation, and she doesn't seem to be looking beyond it. She's just kind of blankly staring at it.
Well, I think I'm just about ready to go. Are you all good? You need to stand there for a little bit longer?
Still just there, staring out in the trance.
Hello?
Her hand there. She doesn't seem to move. Where are you poking?
Probably like the side of her head.
The side of her head? Yeah. You kind of poke a couple times at the side of her head before you feel like her hand, like her right hand, like so if you're next to her and you're kind of like poking, her hand like doesn't like snap up like really fast and grab your arm. It just kind of like reaches over and like grabs towards you, and she starts kind of repeating herself, kind of mumbling like very, very softly to where like you can't really hear it, and you have to get like close to try to. But you can see like her volume is kind of increasing as she is sitting there. She grasps like kind of firmly, basically at like where like your like side is, like just below your ribs, like on your stomach, and kind of gives like a light squeeze as she's looking forward. Her eyes don't appear to be abnormal by any means or like unnatural. Like she's just kind of like glazed over, like looking forward. Vexia darts through the mountain, to the hills, across the river, running from the wolf. The dragon's fire burns red hot, while the bear meets the wolf fighting for Midgard. Vexia darts through the mountain, to the hills, across the river, running from the wolf. The dragon's fire burns red hot, while the bear meets the wolf fighting for Midgard. She just repeats it like over and over again a few times, before eventually like she's just sitting there, stops speaking, looks over toward you. You ready? You have what you need?
Yep, we're good to go.
Very well. The two of you walk out. No issue. She, again, with zero direction, begins prancing through and kind of prancing about the woods. Before eventually you make your way back, you can see your father and your mother are both standing outside of her house. This is probably like what would be 5 days or so after you guys would have got back. So, you know, during that time frame that your mother was kind of falling a little bit ill, had like a fever, some coughing. But at this point now, you see her standing out in front of her house alongside your father, who is like basically assisting her to like step out. You can see that she seems like a little weak. She's not like fully like put together by any means. She's just kind of walking out of the house. Your father looks over toward you, kind of seeing you for a quick second. Do you have what I sent you for, that moon thistle?
Yeah, got a whole basket full.
Good.
What do you use this stuff for anyways?
Really good for fevers. That's basically it.
No, it's good to know.
Dogs are cracked. As he's standing there, sorry, I got sidetracked here with this.
No, I'm good.
As he's standing there, kind of your mother next to him, you can see that she's still like a little bit weak, but not like bedridden by any means. Just wanted to get outside, get some fresh air.
It's good to see you up and about.
Thank you for everything.
Of course.
She kind of leans forward a little bit. Your dad's hand like still next to her. She just like slightly like sets it next to him, like kind of like I don't need it kind of thing, but thank you, being gentle about it. Walks over like kind of towards you because you're a little bit like spaced apart as she's saying thank you, and just kind of like walks over towards you to give you a hug. You take the basket that you have. Your father's just kind of like reaching out toward it, kind of grabs and starts sifting about. Just reaches in and grabs like a handful of like the full plant itself, maybe like 2 or 3 of them, and then hands you back the basket. Sure you'll find other needs for that.
Yeah, probably. Especially with more new faces around.
Table or something.
Your father just kind of looks and he goes, alright, Ayla, I'll go in, I'll make you some tea. He just kind of like walks off as she's just kind of sitting there. She just takes like a small stool or something and sets it next to her to sit down at, and just seems to be like enjoying the weather, essentially.
Can you send me that phrase that I heard? I feel like I got some of it, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, sure. Did you start writing it down? You want me to just tell you the rest of it again, or do you want me to just send you it?
You can tell me it again if you want.
Yeah.
I have Vexier darts through the mountains.
Yep.
Chased by the wolf.
Yeah. Vexier darts through the mountain to the hills.
To the hills, hold on. Hills.
Across the river.
Across the...
Running from the wolf. The dragon's fire burns red hot. She can't keep her tongue. She literally can't.
Dragon's fire burns red hot.
While the bear meets the wolf fighting for Midgard.
I don't think there's anything there for you, Doc.
Not yet.
Okay, I'll look it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Is there anything else that you want to do, Steiner?
I don't know how much time I have left today, but I would like to, I guess, what time of day did we get back?
You'd probably be pushing like 4 or 5, like later in the day. Just some daylight.
Well, then I will go and probably find. Well, first of all, was I able to keep that piece of the bullet that I cut off of it, or would have had to leave that behind at some point?
You probably would have been able to keep that.
Okay.
I think that got thrown into the boat when you guys got back.
Okay.
Like the first time you went to the camp, like you threw it in the boat when he threw the stone in there.
Alright. Well then I will grab that. And assuming Sigrid would be the one to work with that kind of material, I think I'm gonna try to lug it over to him to see if I can commission some sort of shield out of it.
Okay. When you get there, he is there. He's in the back part of the house. You can see like there is a taller kind of tiefling individual who seems to have a bow is back there, and you can see Sigrid is also back there kind of shooting the bow. Out of the corner of your eye, you kind of catch Steiner walking up and kind of like meet him halfway, kind of between like your house and where the long hall is. You can see him lugging the large kind of piece of the bullet. It's probably like maybe 2.5 or so feet, like in size, around.
Probably dragging it.
Yeah.
Steiner, what are you up to?
I've got this. I know everybody's busy right now, but I've got maybe a side project that I'd like to maybe commission if you have the time.
What kind of project?
I'd like to turn this into some sort of a shield. It doesn't have to be a big shield, even just like a buckler.
Like, you want metal on it too, or?
Well, maybe eventually, but as it stands, I can't really use it as a shield, so I think we need to carve it down in some way.
A little too heavy?
A little. I dragged it all the way here. Brody was too busy. I asked him to do it.
Yeah, okay.
It's solid.
It might work.
If you only use a little bit and you want to try to use the leftover material for something else, you'd be my guest.
Okay, how big?
It doesn't have to be
How
too
heavy?
big. How heavy is it?
How heavy would you like it?
Not very. Just enough to protect me.
How thick is this?
It's probably
Maybe
about like that. Like it's pretty dense. There's not much of it that is light per se. Like
Do
the
we have,
shield
like,
itself is like 2.5 or so feet, like around. Like it's not really big, and it's still got some weight to it. But it's also awkward in like the shape that it's in, because it's kind of like this big kind of square section of like where the plate basically came off and was peeled from and cut out of. So it's a sizable piece. It's not like a perfect circle by any means or square, but it definitely needs to be like carved out to fit appropriately what would be like a good size shield. And you could probably get it down to like maybe like a smaller like handheld like little personal shield as opposed to like a formal like larger round shield or like a kite shield or something. It'd be like equivalent to like a tiny like buckler, like probably about yay big around. Like it's not going to be anything wild or huge, especially with the material that you have there and it not being like heavy. Like a lot of it's going to have to like get cut away and moved.
Yeah. Okay.
You think it's possible?
It's definitely possible. I don't know how long it'll take me to do it, but I will try my best.
That's okay. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
It'll work
Alright.
in one way or another.
You want me to just roll this into the...
Here, you grab one side, I'll grab the other. We'll get it inside.
Yeah, that works for me.
Try and get it up on my workbench in here.
Yeah. When the two of you pick it up, you definitely see how awkward it is just because of its size and the weight and like how dense it is. Like looking at it, you'd imagine it's not going to be as heavy as it actually is while you're holding it. And this is just a small section from the bullet, so like the whole thing's weight itself is probably pretty damn heavy.
Couple tons.
Yeah, it's heavy. So once you get the plate inside toward the table, it sits on the table. It doesn't like shatter it and cause it to break and fall down by any means. But you get it up there. You can see that the hide itself, like I said, it's pretty tough, like to get to. Wherever you're probably gonna have to cut it, like once you start like looking at it, is gonna be from the inside, like flipping it over and cutting away whatever sort of like sinew or flesh may be left behind or like meaty portion of it, just to get to the hide part of it. And that looks like it itself is gonna be some work. So even just the prep alone on it is gonna take you probably longer than it's gonna take to make it into like an actual shield. and the actual hide itself is probably going to require some sort of like a saw in order to do it effectively, like you would be using for wood, as opposed to trying to just hack away at it or carve it with some sort of a blade.
I think a fletching knife will be fine.
Yeah. So I was also thinking, is there some form of medieval planer that we have in the, the sawmill?
You could probably use it for such.
Yeah.
Like, it would just be a little weird to manipulate it with that smaller piece as opposed to like a really large log going through it.
Need like a big pushing stick.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, well, I have high hopes, so it better be good.
I'd say probably a week, maybe 2.
Sure, however long it takes. I'm sure I could just get a regular shield if it doesn't.
It's not as cool.
I know. That's my whole point.
We'll just have to go back and kill some more and get some more of them.
True.
Bring back, you know.
Yeah, may as well.
Okay.
Fight some more keel and get some cool beetle mounts to ride on.
We'll use our trait points to take heavy armor and
Oh, yeah.
we can fasten ourselves with bullet.
Who's your friend out back?
That's Malik.
Malik? Yeah,
One
that's
of
a
the
cool.
tieflings.
That's a cool name.
He
Very acidic.
originally I thought he was pretty good with the bow, just because he carried one. Now that I'm seeing him actually shoot, he's
That's okay.
not good at it.
His form seemed okay.
Well, I've been practicing with him for the past. Is this today or is it the day?
A few days.
A few days.
A few days. He's a quick learner.
Yeah.
Probably better than me.
Should have seen the bow he came in with.
Yeah.
It was like sitting
Just
on the
laying
ground.
around you.
I'm like,
It's a
that
stick.
thing.
There's just
like
like
crap.
with an easy yard.
It's falling apart.
It looks like a cat toy.
It is a cat toy.
Yeah. I gave him a couple bows. I gave him a short bow and a long bow. Hopefully to help him figure out what he likes shooting more and help him with his home.
You think he's gonna be a good?
He'll be able to hunt.
Okay.
I don't know much. Maybe a little bit of fighting with it.
Well, give it
But
enough time.
It takes time.
Yeah.
It's not something he's going to master overnight.
You meet any of our other new friends yet?
No.
They seem pretty cool.
Because, well, I mean, I saw them at the dinner the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Who's, have you met them all?
Not all of them, but I met this guy named Axe. He's kind of brick shaped, honestly.
Brick shit?
He's just a very square guy, but he seems really cool. Beefy. Kind of like Bro Deer, but like shrunk down into like
Stronger? Stronger than
I
Billy?
don't know about that.
Okay.
Hey, it'd be cool to see him arm wrestle. I'd probably get in the mix there too. But, I don't know. They both seem really strong.
I wonder how long it's going to take to get this wall up.
I feel like it's gonna be a while. I don't know. Maybe not though.
Are we building the wall on the north side?
Building it on the north side, yes.
Okay.
We have enough I don't know, wood? I guess we probably need lots of wood.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like they cleared a decent portion of the trees around out. That should be enough for at least a little bit. But we're gonna have to really probably double up on either the construction or what, because we want it finished by hopefully snowfall.
Well, maybe I'm gonna go see if I can help with that after this then, because it needs to get done.
Yeah, I don't know what small little projects they might have me work on for it, but I'm here for whatever it is, and if they just need some extra hands for manual labor, I'm here too. But I think I'll try to see what I can start doing with this piece of hide here.
Well, I look forward to seeing what you come up with.
For sure. And then as you walk out, just yell at Malik to keep his back straight. He's not good at that.
Malik, keep your back straight.
It doesn't even question me.
I don't want to see you slouching again.
Alright.
I'm Steiner, by the way. See ya.
He turns around.
No slouching.
What season are we in?
It's like spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like early spring, mid spring,
Like
late
mid-spring.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So like where's this wall exactly being built?
You just said north.
Yeah, but I live on the north side, so
So
I'm
you think you know.
curious.
Right here.
Yeah.
They're building a damn wall in my
Okay.
neighborhood.
They cleared out a lot of trees. That was a lot of trees.
Probably not even gonna be the last of it.
There was trees all the way up to the back of the stables.
And
Should make Catalan pay for the wall.
Deforestation.
Make cattle and pay for the wall.
Classy.
Well, shouldn't it be Feldby? They're the ones to the south, aren't they?
Yeah. That would make more sense because it's being built on the other side.
Those guys can't build a boat. Never mind. We don't want
They
that.
want us to protect them from Gatlin. Pay for
Catalan
it.
got gas.
I'm worried about Galen too. We pissed off that
This
Jarl.
is an anti-gat wall. Kevlar.
Alrighty. We're gonna get this rolling along. Anything else throughout the day anybody wants to do before we?
Will we be going to the next day after this, or something else happening?
Something else moving forward, just to progress the timeline a little.
No, I think.
Okay.
It's nighttime.
How do you know?
I don't. Something could be blocking the sun.
Oh.
It could be a swarm of locusts.
I
For
hope
all I
it's
know.
Harpies.
That's-
Swarm harpies.
No, that already
That's a
happened.
lot of
That already
harpies.
happened.
That's a lot of harpies. To
Yeah,
block out
it
the
can
sun.
happen again.
I have so many questions.
Word got back to them that we killed some of their friends, so they brought the whole fucking brigade.
Was there moldy cheese and was there actually harpies blocking the sun?
There was both.
There
Well-
was cheese.
Well, they weren't blocking the sun, but there were harpies.
There was harpies in the middle of the night, and there was cheese, and that cheese just so happened to be there again several months later.
Was it there again? Because
Do you
wasn't
know
it where
it's
you
the
were?
same cheese?
It
At
was
the
not.
Sears?
I didn't see it, but I had.
I saw
other-
cheese, but it didn't look moldy.
It's not cheese.
Mm,
Billy grabbed the wrong Sprite for that one.
Oh, okay.
that's messed up.
Oops.
Alright, so everybody finds their respective beds throughout.
Yeah, Billy.
What's up?
My immersion shattered.
What happened?
You can't grow pumpkins in spring.
Those were not supposed to be there. Okay? Those were from the original.
Yeah, we did start in the fall.
Okay.
So
Makes sense.
Damn it.
remove them one by one, please. Thank goodness. I was so unimmersed
So
in
now
it for a moment.
we just have an unattended patch.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you talking? Oh, fuck.
And I haven't grown zucchini. Wasteful.
And eggplant.
Where's our medieval pasta?
What's up?
All right. So you all begin
Those are a
to
little
take
stick,
rest. Night falls. It's quiet. There's this kind of breeze that subsides slowly from the south. You can hear within each of your respective homes and areas either wood kind of creaking or this fire kind of flickering as you all begin to rest at night. And sleep finds you all, and it is not before long that it's quite quickly interrupted. You hear this loud kind of yell echoing throughout the northern part of the village. This would be waking Voktash, Brodir, and Sigrid. The yell itself is followed by 3 long bellows of a horn that you can hear. A signal that you know within the village to be something of an emergent, kind of like warning call. The yell wakes you before the horn does, for those of you on the northern side. So the yell that goes out first prior to the horn causes the 3 of you to kind of rush out of your homes. Sue.
Oh,
Enemy spotted.
water. That's not water.
No, it's the village at night. Sans
Fire.
pumpkins.
What the frick, dude?
What the frick? Oh no, that's truly devastating.
It's not over here.
Tuck tuck.
Who is it? If it's Gadwin and they got
Holy fuck,
Gads,
that's
I'm killing
rotated
them.
so fast.
Stealing their Gads.
Perfectly clear.
Perfectly clear.
It is?
Everything is fine. Go back to your...
Go back to your homes. 3 houses are on fire.
But is it also raining? Because it kind of looks like it's raining.
That might just be pixels.
Okay.
Perfectly clear, actually.
I was gonna say a little
What's-
stale.
what's
They're
this?
almost soft pretzels now.
That's my
I like soft pretzels better, anyways.
I don't like a hard pretzel so stale it's a soft pretzel. So.
They're still salty.
Nobody forced you to eat.
Where's that egg at? I'll do the other one right now.
Fried egg.
Okay, so the 3 of you, once you immediately leave your homes and step out, you can see this bright flash and look at the farm. You can see there's like a storage house, a couple of like lean-to canopies where stuff is kept under are on fire. The flames are kind of bursting very, very rapidly and catching on fire. Like a lot of stuff around it is catching on fire very, very quickly. If you 3 can make perception checks.
3 nat 20s right here.
Those of you that reside on the southern side of the village, including Lyra, you hear the dull bellow of that horn that kind of stirs you in your sleep and sounds once more, kind of waking you up. And you can see this kind of orange glow coming from the northern part of the village, and you hear yells and commotion, but you can't try to make sense of what exactly is happening. What would you like to do there, Kane?
So I'm just in my house, right?
Yep.
Get woken up by the.
Yep, you can hear the horn kind of going off.
Is it like a signal I know that means like
Yeah, it's like emergency
shit's
basically.
going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Typically throughout your guys' village as well, there's horns that are placed about, like kind of longer, almost like warning stations. It's usually just like one by the dock, one at the long haul, and there is one at the farm.
I probably like in a daze kind of get up out of the bed and like kind of look out the window to see what I can see. What the hell's going on?
Yep, once you get outside, you can see this kind of dull orange glow coming from the top of like the other side of the farm, and then also immediately right in front, there's like this storage house that has fire on the back side of it.
Probably pick up the shield and the sword and kind of run over there, see what's going on.
Alright, we're gonna get to... Alright, Steiner, inside of your house, you can hear that same kind of like horn going off.
No shit.
Alright, I'm going to step out and just see if I see anything in the immediate vicinity.
Okay. Immediately around you, you don't see anything, but you can still hear those horns kind of echoing out in the distance. Fuck, I didn't add all the tents into this one. It's alright.
Can you select them all in the other one, copy and paste them in there?
I don't know if that'll work, but try it.
I don't really know the commands.
It's basically all like copy and paste type of shit, so. What would you like to do once you step out and
I don't know, can I get a sense of where the horn sound is coming from? Do they always blow the
yeah,
horn
it's coming from the
same spot?
north.
Okay.
And like I said, you know that there is. That's not what I meant to do.
Oh, there's a copy right there.
Whoa, hell yeah. Whoa, that's a little close to my house. That's on my property line.
That's on my property line.
I'm calling the
Just gonna
surveyor.
call the council
I'm calling the
over here.
surveyor. Yeah.
Listen,
These people
were brought in when I wasn't even here.
I'm getting this.
my land.
I'm getting a private
They're a
space.
squatter.
Jerry?
Sorry.
Oh, it worked, Mark, son of a bitch.
Nice. It's pretty sick.
What the shit?
I think I'm gonna start heading towards the sound.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll probably kind of pick up the pace. Maybe go at a bit of a run. Holy shit!
Rolf!
The moon is shining brightly, boy.
Alright, same for you. You get woken up to this like horn that you can hear on like the far side of the village kind of going off. You've kind of oriented yourself to how the village is set up, and you know that there's like a farm on the far northern side. You can kind of see this like dull orange glow in that direction as well, and you watch like running out of this house in front of where your tents are set up. The individual that you've seen several times before, which is Steiner. You haven't met him yet, but you've seen him like speaking with Axe or whatever. He seems to go in like a quick and hurried pace toward the north side of the village. What would you like to do?
So none of my siblings are up. They're just
You can
taking
see
a nap.
Kaimane is up like out of the tent, and then Thexton and Arkin step out, and he kind of just like puts like his hand out, like kind of pushes them to like go back toward their tent, and just like looks at you, basically waiting to see what you want to do.
Okay, I'll nod at him and start moving forward, but like kind of in a sneaking motion.
Okay.
And like trying to
kind of
perceive what's
side.
going on
Okay.
and see what's up.
So the sounds and stuff are in glow or like from this direction. Did you want to like go straight that way, or do you want to like sneak around?
Kind of sneak around the buildings.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, he goes this way, like following that way as you start to kind of go around the edge though. But I got it. If you could for me, make a stealth check.
Just double get my reviewers with the dog on the screen.
Wait. Okay. There we go. So it's 19. And then I don't remember how this works. So,
So you've got your skills on there.
Yeah.
Luz can help you
Oh,
go through
for
that.
so stealth
And then, yep,
Yeah.
you add whatever
11.
that is.
So whatever number you rolled plus that number 11.
plus 11?
Yeah.
Okay, so 30.
30. Okay, got it. You disappear. You start running around like the edge of the village. Like you can see all of the trees and stuff that are there, and you knowing like the way that you typically. As you start to traverse kind of that side of the village, you can hear all of the sound. You can like see the glow of like the fire and everything, and you're not really sure what exactly it is, but you are like kind of just naturally on edge, and instinctually you slink over into the shadows, kind of disappearing from sight, jumping in and out through the trees. you're not really used to the footfalls like on the forest floor as much, like as it is like down here, as opposed to like forests in the mountains. So you're finding yourself very quickly picking up on it because of how different it is. There's so many like broken twigs that you're used to seeing around, but it's harder to pick them up in the grass. But you have no issues navigating through the trees, like kind of. You're not like walking through either. Like you're at a brisk pace, like kind of jumping over logs,
so like Naruto
moving
jumping?
quick. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like arms up, like over everything. There's like, but you make your way to like just about like here at the edge of this, where you can see a bunch of fire kind of glowing in the distance. You have this brief moment where your kind of heart sinks into your stomach because all of the flames and the fire is the last thing that you remember within your village being the last thing that you woke up to before you guys had to like flee and run away essentially. You don't see anybody right now. You don't really hear anything right now, but like just to this point to where like I'm gonna get to where all of them are at positionally, this is where you have kind of snuck your way over to and sat before starting to really take in everything that's going on around you. But you do have this little bit of pause that kind of takes over where, like I said, you see a bunch of this fire. You can hear yelling and commotion. The horn is something different that your village didn't have, as it was probably a little smaller scale, but it at least caught your attention to where you are now. Like I said, you are right here, positioned over here.
Okay.
We will not forget you.
My investigation's not so good, so I don't want to do that, but...
Let's see who is over here now. We got Brodier up front, and then, so we're going to get over to Sigrid, Vokdash. You guys, like I said, make your way out. The perception checks that you made.
25.
25?
6.
6? Okay. When you get out of your house and you're kind of looking around, you just see fire within the farm.
Yep.
You hear yelling. The yelling that you hear is like this low, bassy Torben just kind of yelling. He's like, fire! Fire! And then the horns just kind of like, and then you start to take in what's going on around you. And like I said, you just see the flames like just bellowing from the top of the roofs of all of this here. What would you like to do initially?
You got like a bucket of water arrow. That would be helpful here.
Go downstairs.
Call 911 arrow.
Yeah, true.
Probably just run towards the farm.
Jesus Christ.
It was perfectly clear.
It
Billy,
was-
dude.
Dude, I'm
You
fucked
good?
up, man. Alright. There you
We
go.
believe in you. You can do it.
I was gonna.
I need
just,
to look at it over here. Okay, what would you like to do?
I was just gonna run towards the farm.
Run toward the farm.
Yep.
I'm getting you, like, right there.
That's fine.
Okay.
Hey, there's fire.
Brodier runs over here with a bucket. Next to the actual storehouse, there's a couple of barrels that have water in them that he seems to be like taking from like with the bucket and just like chucking it up on top of this roof here. Voktash, once you exit your house, 25, right, for your perception?
Yes.
The fire is obviously the first thing you see, but then you start to look and you see these glows within the actual forest itself. Like you can see little bits of flame, and then you watch as you're like kind of very quickly looking, like they're very dull glows and they're kind of hidden as well, to like where if you weren't like trying to look around and see, you wouldn't really catch them. You can see that kind of dull glow that's there, and then as you look over at the roof once more, you can see inside, like where the flame is kind of bursting off, a little piece of like a stick kind of falls off, and then you watch as you're looking at that, there's like another arch of something that flies through, and you see an arrow that goes through the air and slams into the backside of this house here. You see these several different glows coming from here. You see one here, you see one here. You can see another one or another two in the distance to where there are actual what appear to be people within the forest shooting arrows with flames on them. You don't really make out anybody as far as what they look like, what they have. You can kind of infer that they do have a bow, but you're not really sure of much else other than that there are people in the forest with arrows.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I'm gonna use. Is there a water trough in the pen at all?
Yeah.
Okay. Here, let me check something real quick.
That's just things that I don't think of initially that we can add in. No problem. Wonder if I could. No?
So I'm kind of gonna jump into the pen, just jump over the fence and run over to any water trough that they have.
Okay.
And we're gonna kind of grab a little bit of earth with one hand. I'm gonna grab the water with the other, and I'm just gonna kind of chuck it in the direction of the fire on the roof, and I'm gonna cast Create or Destroy Water.
Okay.
The water falls as rain in a 30-foot cube,
Oh shit.
extinguishing explosive flames.
Alright. 30-foot cube.
And then,
Oh. I meant to do that. I know it may not seem like I did, but the
It
fire
didn't.
would probably burn away the roof anyways.
that's true.
I'm immersed.
$30
It's a 30-foot cube. Yeah.
It's definitely getting rid of all this.
Except for that one little bit.
And then I'll just yell out, "Archers in the woods! Archers in the woods!"
Alright. The rain just immediately onto the roof. There's this huge bit of steam that almost pushes up too from you putting it out. The smoke starts to slowly bellow outward. You can see the charred kind of beams of wood that are there, as well as the roof itself is just collapsing inward. Even though it wasn't on fire for a really, really long time, it was lit long enough, and the material itself isn't really resistant, as it's more of just kindling for things as far as fire goes, and it burns through it really quickly to where you can see the inside. As for Sigrid, you are. I really hope that was his nose.
It wasn't.
You don't want to know.
Sigrid, you hear Voktesh yelling that as you're running up. You get to hear, kind of walk up to start running toward Brodier, who's barreling and splashing water up onto this roof, and then you hear Voktesh yelling "Archers in the woods." Causes you to be able to look and see that there are actual dull glows in the actual woods themselves, but you can't really make out a form of anybody. You can just see that very, very dull glow of the flame. You see a little spark of something every now and then. It doesn't seem like a constantly lit fire, because you're kind of looking. So as you're looking in this moment, you look here and you see this glow isn't there, but you watch this quick little spark of light, and then you see it kind of glow, and then the arrow comes up and the arrow launches out into the. Most of them are hitting the ground. One of them hits here again, but the rain just puts the flame out. Another hits onto here, another hits onto here, one lands into the farm itself. You can see 4 or 5 arrows every now and then just dropping down into the farm.
I guess just try to suppress it a bit. I'll shoot back to where I saw that flicker start coming from.
Okay. So You're gonna shoot back?
Yep.
Alright. Just go ahead and
Disadvantage?
yeah, do it at disadvantage.
Two nat 20s. There we go.
21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Alright.
Mm.
Right in the jugular.
We'll do,
These are bows and not gads.
Must be falling on hard times over there.
Guess so.
hard points.
This trade
We're
with Garland's been
gonna
kind
do,
of crazy.
I help.
make it do force damage
Okay.
with my bonus action.
Okay.
And also force it to be a shadow arrow, so that's 2d6.
Alrighty.
Extra. That.
Tear if these fuckers.
Hmm?
Time to tear if these fuckers.
16 damage.
16.
Yeah.
Alright.
And they have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Or they explode.
Or they explode.
Will they explode?
Yeah.
Think
It's
about
canon.
that.
They explode if they don't make it.
They explode.
They explode.
14.
He makes it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't explode.
I was hoping for an
Still takes the extra
exploding body.
damage though.
Okay.
Yep.
And explodes.
And I'll just do one more with my second attack as well.
Got it. This one is not at disadvantage. Once you shoot the bow and the arrow flies off and actually makes contact, like solid contact, you hear like a however, you don't see the like flame like move and flicker. You can see there's like somebody standing out in front of it. You can see the form. You can't really make too much out of the individual there, but you hit them and see them kind of move, and they actually start like charging forward.
Does it look familiar?
Sorry, not 120. I'm doing weird shit in my head.
Damn, I better cast fly. I'm like an anyway.
Couple more people over here. Okay.
I take it as they're running in, the flames kind of illuminating parts of them so I can see them a bit easier.
Yep.
Well, whatever guy I can see, I'm shooting.
Alright. So as these individuals, like you can almost make out what exactly was happening once they move and you actually hit one. Once the one that you hit like stands up and starts charging forward, you can kind of hear all of them just start going like as they charge, and all of them are like yelling and screaming. You can hear them like they stand up, and as they move, you can see the one underneath, like in the back that had the bow, was kind of like sheltering behind them, like blocking the light from getting out. And then once they pick up and start running outward, it's a lot brighter, and he goes to like stand up and shoot another arrow. And then the guy that was in front of him also starts like running out, holding like a sword and shield, charging forward. You can't really make out much features yet, but you can definitely see that they're humanoid and like armed with weapons. So whoever you want to shoot, whether it was the one guy running up or the...
It'd be the archer.
Okay, you want to shoot the archer?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're about to be armless.
27 to hit.
Hits.
Should bring all our candy here. Never have to use it again.
I'll eat it then.
I know.
Did you move me inside the pen?
Not yet.
Okay.
I will now though.
I need to be within like 30 feet of the building.
That one's 11 damage.
11.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep sniping.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
She's like, oh, you're fighting.
I forgot to do this yesterday.
No, let's go.
It's bothering me. I made a note.
You should get one of those. Basically, a cat.
No.
Yes. Still need the puppy.
No.
She's so friendly. She's a cat.
Usually she's locked up.
Oh. I'm glad that's not the case.
That's a lot better.
Just
Spent a lot of time in hard jail.
Yeah.
It's
She
alright.
did her time.
Our dog spent like most of her
These were full.
puppy years in a cage, so
Doesn't good.
they learn to enjoy freedom and then they respect you.
I haven't kept use that word at all. And then, like, who lives in Roni would go in there.
That should be pretty.
January. That's it.
Okay. Alright. Got it now. Let me just mark my numbers.
You, number 17. Sandra, 17.
Maybe have a pencil.
I don't have the pencil to use them, but I have more in my backpack.
With an eraser.
Yeah, I got
I think I got one.
one.
Sure do. Okay. I'm gonna get on track here really fast. Give me a second.
We'll see.
Jared's gonna be here.
Yeah, he's gonna get here and throw everything off.
So I guess as Bill says, well, that's we'll pick it up next time.
Yeah,
Hey guys, I'm here.
Alright, so
we
with
should just do that
that,
anyways, just when he looks.
all of you now hear a lot of howling kind of going on the northern side. There's flames. You can see this huge cloud of smoke that billows out. You can hear yelling, shouting. A lot of commotion is occurring on this north end of the farm here. Lyra, as you're sitting here, kind of like hunkered down, you see a bunch of people like pushing up through the forest, like into the farm area, seemingly not noticing you.
Big guy.
So make a perception check for me.
16.
16? Okay. So, from where you are, like right here, you see them kind of forward. This individual right here seems to stop right there. He's got a bow and he's like getting ready to get the arrow up and move forward. While he's sitting there staying back, you can see these individuals are like charging forward essentially. None of them seeming to know that you're even there. They just kind of start charging through the trees, and he's just like sneaking in the back line, like just shooting arrows and doing whatever. So if you want to, you can do something right now. I'm gonna move, while you think of what you would like to do, I'm moving some other people up more.
Sure. Who's like closest to where I am, to where like they could attack these guys that are coming into the fields? I wasn't really, can't really tell.
Yep, I'm gonna move them up to where they would be now.
Okay. I'll wait a second then.
So,
Yeah, I'd have been home. Move me way up.
running into the field, so like from where you're sitting right now, like right here is where you are, right?
Yeah.
So you can see out of your peripheral very quickly, like two people just ran past here. And about the same pace that you would have been running up as well. You may have been a little bit behind, but you kept up at a good pace where you see Kaimane and the individual that lives like in that house right in front of you, which is Steiner, Deluse's character. Both of them running like in this direction. So you don't really know what's like on the other side of this house per se, but you do know running up in that direction is these two. And you're assuming there's going to be more of your allies obviously out in this direction, but immediately the only things that you see are this individual with the bow, a bunch of those people that ran through here. It's dark right now to where you can't really make out a bunch of features, but the howling, you also, it kind of like clicks to where you remember hearing it that same night that your village itself was raided. So you're very confident that these are probably the same people that attacked you in Kjarvheim. But you do watch this person here, and then both Steiner and Kaimane run through the farm in this direction before they almost leave your sight.
You're coming from the west?
They are coming from the west. Yes.
Okay, so can I use Psychic Whispers to alert Kaimane and, oh my gosh, I just had his name. Steiner, thank you. Steiner, that they're coming this way.
Okay, what does Psychic Whispers do?
Hold on. You can establish telepathic connection with one or more creatures that can be seen, must be within a mile of one another.
Oh, okay. So, yep, you do that, and you hear Lyra speak. What exactly do you say to them in their mind?
I say, Kaimane, it's them, they're back. They're coming in from the west. One archer. I see one archer, and then, what was it, like 4 guys coming in?
Yep.
And then 4 guys coming into the fields.
Okay. And then you also hear that kind of very quickly.
Who's Kaimane?
I'm Steiner.
That would be me.
Oh, nice to meet you. Well, now's probably not the time.
We'll explain later. There they are. And he like looks over to the left, kind of pointing to where right now you would have just been like running in that direction because of how heavily they. What are you doing in here? Get out of here. Go on, you guys. All right, go on. Out. 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 I'm gonna put them out there a little bit. If it gets too freaking dank in here, we can open the door. Come on, out.
Are we taking actions at this point?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get everybody into a position where it's
Gotcha.
a little bit better and everybody's not like lagging trying to run the whole flight.
What?
You have to roll one of your psionic die, and you maintain your connection for the number of hours of the number you roll.
Okay, what's a psionic die? Is that
So-
a 1d6 or?
It's a D8. You have 6 of them, and you expend one of your die by using this ability.
That's fine.
And they can speak.
I'm gonna leave it up to
And
you.
they can speak telepathically
So,
back with you.
As you're running up from this direction,
And you can choose up to
watch
3 people.
Vokesh put this out, and he starts yelling
5.
archers in the trees.
Yeah.
And then you
I'll write
also
that
see the
down.
fire over here. So it's going to be up to you which direction you want to run. If you want to run like toward Vokesh, or if you want to start running this way.
Just talk, whether you see him or not.
Outside of what I've already told you, actually make a
To send
perception
or receive
check,
a
too.
message, no action required.
Make a
You or the
perception
other
check, you might
creature
be able
must
to
be
see more.
within 1 mile of each other.
Oh, so it's just the initial.
Just establishing it.
That's cool.
A creature can end the telepathic connection at any time.
Mm-hmm.
So you or the willing participant.
Make a perception check, Kate.
Or not-willing, I guess.
What'd you move to?
Well, hurry, open the door.
Okay, so.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to.
You're talking to us! Shut the fuck up!
Probably. I don't even want to talk to you right now.
I'm over it!
Just
Get out of my fucking head!
15? Okay. So
Okay.
basically what
Oh, there
it
it
says,
is.
you're starting running this
We're at
way,
5 then.
you hear Vokesh yelling archers in the trees, you watch him put this flame out as you're running up, and you can still see the fire over here.
Oh.
You see the faint glow of both of these in the trees, and you can see people running in this direction. You also see, like, from where you're looking, like, you can see across the farm over there a few people, and then you see these people running across the kind of animal farm over here. So it is going to be up to you which direction you would like to go. And I'd say you catch all of that like about here probably, because you're probably just like vaulting over these slower kind of gates,
Yeah.
fences.
I want to run into where the animals are.
Okay.
It says the first time you use
So
the
I'm gonna give you
ability
your full.
per
What do you
long
got?
rest,
Like
you don't use a die.
Just
Oh, okay.
30.
But you still have to roll one.
30. So
You
I'm
still
just gonna
expend
give
one.
you.
It was 5.
So you
60.
5 hours.
5 hours. Okay.
to get to there, basically. So it's like you're dashing essentially, but I'm just trying to position you better for what is to come. You watch Kane start sprinting over in your direction. You're very quickly, like, after you put out the fire that's up there and kind of like take your hands back down, this flame that's still there, very slight embers flickering, but there's like still a little bit of rainfall coming down. How long does that last? Is it just like instant?
It says instantaneous.
So probably if there's no duration, I'm assuming it doesn't last for a certain amount of time.
I'm assuming it just
rains
down
right,
all
out.
the water and then puts it out.
So puts it out, and it's like still kind of sprinkling a little bit as you're doing it. You kind of take your hands down, and you can hear the howling and yelling of the people charging towards you. You can see them because of your close proximity, of like how they kind of appear. They have a lot of very, very heavy furs on, and they have these like wolf kind of cape hoods that are up over their faces. They have shields, swords. You can see the shields have some sort of quick like symbol that resembles like a wolf in some way, very like at a quick glance that you can see. But they're like charging up towards you, like screaming. And you very like kind of look at them, look toward the farm, and then look behind you because you hear more like stomping, and you see just like clearing the fence, basically Kane jumping and landing like inside of the farm with you, because you can see the two of them, the two archers. Very, very quickly, like running towards you, and you saw two more people like run out of the woods, and you were just thinking like you haven't seen anybody else, and you're just like fuck, like it's me out here. And then as you're sitting here looking, and you look back toward Kane, and then you look forward, you hear like a and you watch as Ralph jumps up and like latches onto one of the guy's necks, like over on the side here. So I'll put Ralph in here.
Wait, protect Ralph.
I have a bad feeling.
I will go
Protect
ape
Ralph.
shit ballistic.
If we gotta revivify Ralph, we will.
Straight up, I got 2 diamonds and revivify ready to go.
Not today, Ralph. Not today.
Nobody.
Kiva is
We
not
had reincarnation.
Here, though. It is.
That's like 7th level, isn't it?
Bring Ralph back as
It's 6th or something.
Okay, so I got you guys positioned.
I don't have
there.
reincarnation. I do have revivify ready to go.
Alright, all
I
of
think I
that.
could take eventually.
I think I get it too.
I can also reincarnation as wild magic, where if I die within like a minute or whatever, I get
Okay,
reincarnated.
so
Wow.
you guys are basically all in position here. I'm not missing anybody, right? Got Broder,
Nope.
Sigrid, Steiner, there's Kane and Voltash, Vera's back there. Alright, so before we
I like
actually
the
get
spotlight.
into the combat itself, Lyra, if there's anything you want to do like on the outside perimeter, you are more than welcome to kind of position yourself now or take some sort of action.
So it's just me and this bow guy?
From what you can see, yes.
Okay. I think so in my one hand I'll have like just the one dagger, but in my offhand I would also like to prepare a psychic blade.
Okay.
And then I didn't think this far ahead, to be honest.
That's okay.
That's what we
So
all
this is
do.
where I'll end
That's
it.
fine. That's fine. You're still hidden, so you can kind of project that psychic blade out and kind of sit and wait for your opportunity and your moment.
Am I in a tree? Can I be in a tree?
You can be hidden in the trees, yes.
Okay, like probably like a nice tree that's a little bit closer.
You want to be like hidden in here?
Yeah, that sounds
Like
good.
trying to sneak up to him a little more?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, with your
That
theory,
tall,
I'll
that
definitely
fine
let you
tree.
get a lot closer. So
Sweet, okay.
even if it's like this tree right here,
Oh yeah, whatever tree works for me.
right there.
What the hell is
Looks good.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Alright, so now I need everybody to roll initiative.
It's the initiative roll.
Oh
How do you
man.
know?
He asked us to.
And you're sure?
Oh. That's-
I think so.
It ain't good. It ain't good.
Just take a
I
nap.
get to add a number to it, but
Hi.
I know. That's not
It's
how
definitely
I,
high.
that's not how I would classify it.
High roll.
Yeah.
Earlier you said oh and put your finger up, and I'm kind of curious as to what that meant.
That was about the thing where you didn't have to expend a die.
Oh, okay.
I was just reading the psychic blades thing because I didn't read through any of these. I was just curious.
It's okay.
Steiner's in his own world.
It has the Vex Mastery property on it.
which means that if you hit, you then have advantage against that creature on your next attack before the end of your next turn.
Oh, that's cool.
And when you have advantage, that's
Yeah, write that
when you're
down.
allowed to use your sneak attack damage.
So that
We're gonna have to go over this again.
It's alright, this is what this combat's for. You're gonna learn a lot of shit.
You'll figure it
Yeah,
out.
fair. Alright.
Walk through it as slow as we have to.
You said Vex combat and you get advantage on attacks?
Vex, when you hit with your psionic blade, you get advantage against that creature on your next attack before the end of your next turn.
Alright, so everybody rolled initiative,
You
right?
should always just attack with your
Anybody
psionic
above
blade first,
20?
Me above
and then you
20.
get advantage.
What'd you get? You above 20?
Ash, Jared's sheet's right there. What does his initiative on that say?
It is +1.
+1.
Classic.
11.
Alright, 20 to 15.
17.
17 also.
17? 17. Are you guys both at 20? What are you at?
18.
18. Okay, so
I'm at 16.
so go first.
Dex?
Sigrid will go next. Who else was 20,
And
15,
Dex.
17, 17, 16?
16.
Okay, who wants to go first? Did you do?
Why couldn't I match up
Oh,
with the other
guys, where's my
people?
count copy?
I want to go first.
I rolled super
I don't
average.
actually care.
Rolled for
So-
characters.
Steiner, what'd you get?
3.
3?
Like when he takes
Roll
charge.
1. Although it's better to roll a 1 there than on something crucial.
On a save.
Actually, don't forget you also have the ability to ask someone to switch their initiative with you.
Oh, I have no reason to. I mean, like, hey, actually, do you want my initiative?
I got no. I mean,
you're
either,
trying to like protect my brother. Kind
either
of, sort of,
spot's
so-
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, you can have it.
Are
I'm
you
still
sure?
trying to figure it out. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, then I guess I'll switch with Lyra.
Okay.
Good call. Good call.
Alert.
Oh, is that what alert does?
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm used to alert on
Okay.
Balding Gate.
It's new alert.
Alert.
Jared is messaging me now.
That's cool. I
What
like
is
that
it?
better.
I'm saying he's not coming.
You get
to
a
Yeah, probably.
50
50-50
higher
chance.
initiative plus, like, you add your proficiency to it again, and then you get.
There's probably only like an hour left, dude. I'm not going.
You get the, you can change with anybody if they want.
I have that written down. I have proficiency.
The
Yeah,
feeling
I'll
is
add that too.
Like the blades come out and she attacks.
Yeah,
You don't have to,
you
like,
don't prepare
prepare.
the blade. It's whenever you make the
Is
attack.
it only? Well, I guess we probably long rest after each combat, so never mind.
What?
I was gonna. It was a dumb question. I was gonna ask if you could switch it after.
Whenever you
Like-
roll initiative.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So it's, say we get in 20 combats in a day, you can switch it 20 times.
That'd be nuts. I probably wouldn't play this game.
He's way too many.
Have you guys gotten into like more than one in one session yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. About,
Without a rest.
we've been, yeah, definitely without arrest. I don't know about.
Not with, not
I
session.
don't remember if we've gotten in more than one in the same.
Hmm.
I don't think I can put this many people in a fucking.
Gotta upgrade.
Pay for premium.
Yeah, Tailspire Premium.
I think it stops there.
Well, quit trying to make us fight so many enemies, Billy.
Yeah, Billy.
We can deal with these few, and then you can put some more out, okay?
He doesn't even have to do
Viking. Who's that?
We just let you put Brody in there.
that. Well, he's a boy. Boys get added automatically.
Okay. Let's see if I can keep doing that.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, this is where it gets weird.
Yep.
Yep, it's doing it.
Perfect.
They're all Viking.
This looks like the
Sure is
fucking combat in the Viking or the Goblin camp.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is.
Like, well, let me go walk away while these 15 turns are going on.
And they're all just walking up.
Yeah.
17. Oh yeah. Alright, Tailspire's legit. Okay, so starting off the combat, Steiner, you were up first.
What?
All hell breaks loose. Initially, as you're
Start from
running
the
up,
bottom now. You're here, dude.
as you're kind of running up, you're not fully aware of like what's going on fully. You hear like the quick voice in your head. You're confused, kind of looking around. The individual to your right, you're like, "Who is Kaimane?" And he's like, "That's me. That was Lyra. I'll explain later." And then he starts like charging forward, and then you also hear a voice in your head again saying like on your left, and it sounds like the same voice as before, which prompts you to like kind of very quickly like react to what's going on, as opposed to being dead set on the fire that's kind of out in front of you.
Yep.
So you can see. You don't see this guy quite yet. He's
Because I heard
actually
on
like
your left, and I immediately started thinking of
Captain America.
Captain America.
Yeah. You see all of these guys initially, like right away.
I know I probably shouldn't add to the fire.
Fireball.
I know I probably shouldn't add to the fire, but
You can blame it on them.
What other chance
Whatever
do
you
you
catch on
have for
fire.
a fireball like this?
it's a good fireball. There's a lot of people there.
Of course.
Mm,
Look, we haven't built the wall
I
yet.
could probably-
We're gonna have to rebuild
I could
stuff anyways.
probably do it in a way that doesn't catch that building on fire. So
It's already on fire.
But
yeah,
it's
but
not a
what
forest
else
fire,
is
though.
what else is in that building?
That's fine.
Smoky one like that.
Grain. Our rations
Look,
for
you
the
really
winter.
wouldn't like that.
Oh, at least not pumpkins.
I'm so
Our fermented pumpkin juice.
That's not even...
I've never had pumpkin ale before.
Really? They do it for Oktoberfest. You've had it.
I've had pumpkin flavored ale. I don't know if it was made from real pumpkin though.
Do I see any of my? Sorry, I can't really tell. Can I see my allies?
Probably gross.
Probably it's nasty.
My fellow raiders, anyway.
We need a lot of cinnamon.
And sugar.
I can see
You can
that
see
Sigrid.
Kyrene, Sigrid, Brodier,
Some
Torben
pumpkin spice
staying there
ale.
as well. Is this like lagging on that at all? No, it's
No.
just my screen. Oh, no, it is hooked up on that.
Alright,
I think I
well,
can stream it to
in
Tailspire
any
right
case, how many times can you do your? Is that a third level? Create
What?
logger?
It's a first level.
Well, you might just have more fires to put out. I'm casting fireball. First, the my eyes start to glow and the paint around
Sorry,
them kind of flakes away.
Right at. Alright, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. So my eyes start to glow. I'm going to use innate sorcery, and then I'm going to hurl a fireball into this group over here next to this building.
Right here?
Yep. All right. If I can do it without adding more fire to that building, I
What
will.
is it, 20 feet?
Yeah, 20. If I gotta add fire to the no, I should be able to hit them
Right.
all.
Pretty good.
Can you look
right
at
there.
Cunning Strike for me? Because we didn't figure that one out yet. It's like the foregone
Looks good to me.
stuff.
Okay.
All
I
right.
will make some rolls here.
So
Spell save DC 17.
Fail. Fail. Fail.
basically,
Success.
whenever you deal sneak attack damage,
Fail.
you can sacrifice your dice of damage. So you have 3d6 currently.
Yes.
So you could use those to apply one of these three conditions to your attack.
So like the poison and stuff?
Yeah, so if you wanted to use poison instead of rolling 3d6 of damage, you only roll 2d6, but then you have whatever it says under poison.
35
As a
points
part
of
of the
fire
attack.
damage.
35?
Yep.
Okay.
New room's pretty cool.
It's fucking complicated though.
It is.
So if I use like poison on one dagger and then I have my psionic dagger, that's like just a different bitch?
Two different attacks.
Two different attacks.
You attack with one weapon at one time.
33?
Hold on, that's
35.
35.
Probably do it with the psionic dagger, technically.
Well, yeah, but she has to have advantage first because she has to be able to use.
So you
Sneak attack.
psionic dagger into your
Yeah.
next attack, which is a bonus action attack.
Yes.
So you don't add your
So-
proficiency to the second one.
And I think that's 1d4.
It is if you use a psionic dagger as your attack. Yes.
Okay, so I use poison for my first attack and then throw my other psionic dagger at the guy who doesn't know I'm in a tree. And that's fine.
Alright.
Yeah.
Your
the flame bursts forward, kind of growing in size as it reaches the destination. There's this huge kind of explosion of flame, causing some fire to kind of sprout up into the trees.
That's too much. That's too much.
He's still
Surrounding
going.
area.
That's fine.
Alright.
I'll put it out.
It's on those slices.
We needed to clear it out anyways for the wall.
Yeah, you know, we had to clear it out for the wall. I'm just helping out.
You see, somebody did not really catch as you initially did everything. You can see this tall, probably like close to 7 foot tall individual. They have like their claws basically forward. They're like hunched over. You can see them holding an axe in one hand. Their jaw seems like a little bit longer than normal. Their hair is like really pushed back in like this almost like mane-like appearance. They have a lot of furs and like heavy fur on their body. Just kind of like looking over in your direction. You can see fire like slowly flickering on the shoulder as he's just standing there and then has now like looked over in your direction.
Oh yeah, it'll be burning up that.
Would you like to move?
Can you zoom out a little bit so I can see where I'm at?
Yep, sorry. You are right here.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm going to move towards Sigrid a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah, that's probably.
But then you also have steady aim, which allows you to use your bonus action instead to get advantage.
Can I use like Savage Attacker on top of all this too?
Alright, Sigrid,
Did you
are
take
up.
that?
Yeah.
I'm up.
Are you sure?
Yes, I have it written down right here. Why else would it be?
I probably
What is
hear
it?
the
Just
explosion
try to
from the
remember what you
fireball, and I
take.
look over in that direction.
Yep. Immediately you see that guy, so.
You didn't take skilled. No, you did take skilled.
I guess I see like one guy through the side there,
Yeah.
like through the wall of the building too.
Right here, yep.
Yeah, I see him. I'll shoot the guy by the cart there. The one on the left
Oh,
of the
here?
building. Yeah.
Okay.
He's just closest to what I see,
I
so.
better hope Gimdall's not here. That dude's different.
He's gonna take all the
He'll
credit
probably,
again.
he'll probably clean him up by himself.
I'm just trying to remember. Sorry, Ash.
You're good.
Alright. I'm gonna take a shot at this guy.
Go for it.
2 shots. First shot. 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
Damage. 15 damage.
15.
Yep. Second shot.
Okay.
22 to hit.
Hits.
And we'll do 11. I'll do force damage on that.
Okay. The first arrow. Did the first arrow have anything on it, or is it
Nope.
just? Oh, okay. So the first arrow you shoot, and then the second one that you shoot, use the bonus action, like the elemental.
Yep.
Force one. Okay. So as you let it loose and shoot force, you see this like huge gust of wind start to form behind the arrow, and it causes it to put a hole like clean through his chest with the arrow behind it. And you watch him like charging forward. He just falls in his path, and his momentum slams him into the barrel that's there, causing him to barrel over forward and kind of fall. Pun intended.
Nice.
And then I just, like, still see Brodir kind of, like, fighting the fire over there.
Yeah.
Just yell out, Brodir, to the west, through the building! They're coming!
Got it.
That's my turn.
Alright. Somebody's probably gonna have to take road here.
I mean, I can do it.
Alright. Oktesh. You are up, my friend.
I am going to. I see those 2 guys running at me.
Yep.
So wait, how many people can I see? 4 or 2 or?
You see a total of 4 from where you're at. So you see the 2 archers, 1 and 2.
Okay.
And then the 2 guys that started running through the trees there. and then you saw two pass, like running past the actual house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since those guys are running at me, I'm gonna use my bonus action to activate my starry form.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna make a ranged attack that way. Which I cease to fucking forget how this works. Ranged attack. 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
Okay. I'll do 13 radiant damage.
Okay. This one right here. Closest to you.
Yes. And then I will immediately turn around and cast a guiding bolt.
Same guy?
Yes.
Alright.
Probably should have done that the other way. That's fine. I'm pretty sure I missed.
What'd you get?
11.
Yeah, that misses.
You don't use your spell anymore, right?
What do you mean?
Oh no, that's for.
I get
that's
5
for
free.
counters.
Alright,
Guiding
so the
bolt.
first bolt that you shoot makes contact. The second, like actual guiding bolt that you send forward, slams into the wall, like forest wall behind him, kind of illuminating it for a moment before fizzling out. Kane, you are up next.
Can I get onto the other side of the fence actually too? Or would that require more movement?
Sheep start just like running in all sorts of directions, kind of freaking out.
Poor guys. Cal barely
Cal was
knows.
over here.
You gotta protect
Here.
You gotta protect the road.
You kind of grab the fence and kind of jump over it. Are you running at all, or are you staying where you're at? I'm sorry.
Stay where I am.
Okay. Up to you there, Kane.
So I officially transition my class or no? Not yet.
Yep.
I did. Okay. I'm going to. Who's the closest guy?
This one.
Next to the dog, I
They're
think.
probably
Oh, that
both
one?
about the same distance. You probably should have been closer, to be honest. So from here. Yeah, it's still pretty far, but.
I'll run to that guy since he seems unengaged.
You got more than 30 of them, don't you?
I can potentially, yes. So I can adrenaline rush. Rush it or dash is a bonus.
Made it to him.
Okay. I'll attack him.
Alright. You start charging up toward him. He has a kind of a shield and an axe. You meet him with your shield and blade.
So 15.
15 will miss. It's not fully comfortable yet. You go to take the first swing, and he takes the shield up to it and kind of hits it. He's not super strong, but he just catches you in the right moment where it gets you a little bit off balance, and you have to almost correct in combat, like trial by fire, like you're just figuring it out as you go, kind of thing.
Go ahead. Second attack. Even worse.
You're gonna take another swing underneath, and he just kind of like ducks back. You can see now that you're like in close proximity to this individual. He has, excuse me, a lot of furs that he's wearing. You can see on the actual shield itself, there's a symbol of a wolf that's kind of staring straight forward with these orange eyes and blood dripping from the bottom jowls. Alright, but you missed those attacks.
Yep.
see them a lot clearer as well again, Steiner, as they get closer and closer. Just kind of like essentially human looking, but there is just something mutated about them in a sense. They're just gonna dash actually. Nice and close.
That's a
Oh,
dash.
that's too far, sorry.
That's a
Okay.
That dude needs to get out of my face.
Rodeer.
Rodeer's up.
Over here.
He's getting a lot out of yell and just start hurdling fences towards towards those guys. He's gonna.
What's his move speed right now?
He's got 40. So.
We're gonna bring him right here.
He can't like dash as a bonus action, can he? I don't think so. Same here. Do you have any javelins at this point?
He does, he carries them.
Okay.
I don't know if he's got it marked on a separate sheet or what.
I just didn't know if he used them all, but we've been here for a while, so he may be restocked.
Yeah, he's got it.
Alright, he's gonna throw one at the one dead ahead of him.
Okay.
And I think we're gonna go reckless attack.
Okay.
Plus 8. 22? 21?
Do you rage?
I didn't know if raging was a good idea because I don't think he's gonna get hit.
That'll hit though.
Okay. So I was gonna wait until the next.
Well, I thought. I could be wrong.
Lyra, you are on deck, so whatever you think you're gonna do
It's a
is
lot of ranges, right?
what you're looking at over here.
Oh, if you have an attack to
So,
hostile
you know, like
creature.
doing
I
this.
gotcha.
Okay. Before he would have done that, he would have raged. Billy, sorry.
Okay.
I didn't realize you didn't have to be attacked anymore.
Yeah, but doesn't that like trigger his other ability? That's why I asked.
What
him
other ability?
if he transforms or not.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to scare
Turn him
this.
into a werewolf.
Bear deer or wolf deer?
Wolf
Bear.
deer.
They might worship him if he turns into a
We
wolf.
want wolf deer. That's what I'm saying. Well, also
He can't
he hits
control
like
it.
10 times a turn.
That's true.
He can't control it.
He can
What?
learn. We can tie him to a stake and just put him on like a.
Does that change happen automatically? I
Give
don't.
me 1 second. I'm pulling up
Oh,
his,
gotcha.
his rule set for it.
Maybe he has it here. I
So,
just didn't
Brandon,
know.
that savage attacker thing, I can do that,
I
including
wanna
poison,
dive into it.
including throwing my side.
Your savage attacker is
It's
just
just
whenever
like a
you
passive.
roll damage,
Yeah.
you roll it twice and you take the higher.
Okay, and then, so, does poison deal an additional, like, 1d6 damage, or is there, like, a...
You add toxin to
Free.
your strike, force the target to make a con saving throw. On a failed save, the target has the poison condition for 1 minute. At the end of each of its turns, the poison target repeats the save, ending the effect on a success. To use this effect, you must have a poisoner's kick on your person.
I don't think you had that,
That's up to Billy.
yeah.
Poison's just disadvantage on our attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then,
Still do that.
poison when you could. So let's say you do an attack that you have advantage on. You get your
Poison I
sneak
could
attack
give you?
damage. You hit. You could choose to use one of your d6 to poison them instead of rolling the damage on that. But then when you roll the damage for your weapon, which is
Constitution saving throw.
going to be 1d6 plus 2d6 for sneak
15.
attack damage,
15?
you get to re-roll all of that
Does not have
again,
good cons.
and you just pick the higher of the two tools.
Right, can you walk me through that again, like, what
We
is
need a flow
time?
chart.
Yeah, that'd be great.
If this, then this.
Does rage give him any sort of? No, I think that's only strength, right? Yeah, strength checks.
So my, like, initial damage is, like,
I think he
2d6, right?
fails.
That's only if you
7
get the sneak attack.
Plus
If I am
5,
sneaking.
12.
That's not how that works.
What does that
She
mean?
said
You have to have
Survive
advantage, or you have to have a friendly person within 5 feet of them at the start of the turn.
For hiding, you probably have
I'm
advantage
hiding, I
though.
don't think I have advantage.
That's up to
they
them.
don't- they
Okay,
don't
okay,
there,
that's
so.
easy.
At the very least, on your first one.
Alright, so when he rages.
Would that be something he would have known and not done, or?
I mean, he knows like when he rages, he has to make that check. But
Okay.
the other option, so I guess this is another thing that you're, like, he can choose to transform into bear deer as an action.
Okay.
But if he rages as a bonus action, it's just kind of a 50-50 toss-up, essentially.
Could I go back and have
Yes, you
him
sure can.
just transform instead then?
Yes.
Okay, I think as he's kind of sprinting in that direction, you can see the transformation start to happen. The flesh tear away, and he transforms.
Okay.
Does his speed go up? 50. So he's got 10 more feet.
Let me send you also this thing.
He has a sheet for bear deer. I don't know if I need anything else, but
Yeah, I'll send you because there's a stat block
okay.
for stuff that the bear itself does
Oh, all right.
at the bottom of this.
So you might not even want to be holding another weapon, to be honest.
Why would you say that?
Because you can make 2 attacks with your psionic blades per turn.
So I shouldn't even be holding my daggers?
Save them for a rainy day.
I guess
Hmm.
so.
Or when you're out of
What's the point of having
sounds.
4 daggers?
Once you run out of your dice.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I sent you that.
Okay.
So if there's anything else, so you use an action to transform in this way. It gives him
Well,
more of like the control aspect of it.
He's got 10 more feet of movement now, so can he get 10 feet closer to...
Put him right on the other side of that.
No, they probably can't. Let's see.
I'm just gonna call it good and say he's in range of this guy.
Okay.
Like maybe like a run and a jump over this fence, and he just lands closer. It's fine.
Alright, I don't imagine he can attack as a bonus action, so... yeah, he's gonna... I think that's the end of his turn.
You're doing research?
Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. A lot of combinations that can happen. My brain stuff can only handle so much.
Okay, so after he transforms, can he rage normally?
Yes.
Okay, he probably would have done that as a bonus action.
I was just curious if the psionic blades use
Okay.
a psionic die or energy die, and they do not.
They do not?
Separate ability. Yeah.
Oh,
So you,
All right, Lyra, you are up. Okay.
All right, we're still trying to
That's
figure it
all
out.
right. We're gonna, the best way for you to do it is whatever you're going to try to do on your turn, just get through it. You have an action, your bonus action, your movement. So normally you wouldn't have advantage on an attack, right? Like just by itself, but you are like hidden right now. So, you know, that would kind of intrinsically say that you have some sort of advantage. So if you were to attack anybody right now that doesn't see you, you basically are like surprising them and you would have advantage on the attack.
Okay.
So however you want to go through your turn, whatever it is you were trying to do, as long as you do it within the mechanics of it, we'll figure it out. Work through it, you'll eventually get like a pace and pick up some sort of a rhythm or routine that you're doing on your turn. So whatever you think it is, we'll work through it and figure it all out together.
Okay. So
What would you like to do?
I don't know. You
Let
said
it rip.
not to poison.
I didn't say not to poison.
Oh, what did you? Pretty much did. You said you used probably 2 cyanic blades.
You can apply
Right?
poison to those.
I'm saying
Really?
you can.
I can apply poison to cyanic blades.
Yes, that's why I'm saying I did not say that.
Okay, so
Because you have a lot of options.
You
there's
can
too
do
many. It's
Whatever you do to
crazy.
your normal dagger, you can do to your psionic dagger.
Basically, treat your psionic daggers as your daggers.
So I only have 1 right now.
You don't have any until you choose to make an attack. Your hands are completely empty
So,
until
okay.
you attack.
So let's pretend I have these things.
Okay.
All right, so I have them.
Got it. All right.
They're gonna be poisoned. Maybe is that okay? Can they be poisoned?
You have to. You have.
No, what?
That comes later.
That comes. I can't poison them.
You need to decide what you're doing first.
I wanna shoot the guy with my blades. Obviously,
You
he's
wanna-
gonna like
you wanna
attack
throw
my
him at
brother
him?
and the guy that I don't know. That
this
whose
the
name
one
I know
that's in there?
somehow.
Yeah, I'm reading.
Let me see it for a second. If somebody's got it for me. It's all good.
The stuff she's talking about is
Yep.
part of the standard rogue class.
Okay.
So you just need to decide who you're attacking, how you're attacking them first. And
That guy,
foremost.
2 blades. Boom.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you
But there's a
throwing
lot
them?
going on.
Or are you throwing them? Is it a ranged attack or a melee attack?
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm good at throwing them. You know,
I mean, it's just a.
would
It'll
it be fine?
it'll be
It's
the
the
same kind
same.
of roll.
Okay. Then
It's just
that's
up to
fine.
you for whatever you want to do.
All right, so yeah, maybe he can throw him or something, or slit his
Okay.
throat. I don't know.
So
I hope so.
Oh, they changed the shit up, huh?
if you're
Yeah.
making an attack with a psionic blade, you are going to manifest the blade in your hand
Okay.
and you're going to throw it.
Yep.
You're not making a ranged attack.
Okay.
You need to roll a d20.
But what if I sneak up behind him and like stab him in the back
can
and
do
slit
that
his
too.
throat instead?
Then the same thing happens, except instead of you
That
throwing
sounds
it,
cooler.
you stab him.
I got in the tree for no reason.
All right. So
Have
let's.
advantage
So
too.
the base.
Oh yeah,
part of
advantage in
this-
tree. Advantage in tree.
Right. So
I'm
you
gonna stay in the
have.
tree.
So I'm just making sure that we're all on the same page and you understand it too. Okay.
Thank you.
So you have psionic dice essentially.
Yes.
Okay. And you have 6 of those total.
Yes.
The blades don't require die.
Okay.
It's just the abilities that are under it.
So those die just pertain to any abilities that you would use, like your side bolster knack, the psychic whispers, like it applies to that.
Okay, so I do
Okay.
have just the 5 right now then.
So
Like a
that
6.
simply,
Oh yeah, because like long rest.
The one, it says
No,
the first time you
I
use
know,
the ability
I
after
know.
long rest, you don't expend this.
All good.
you're good. So you have all of those, so those are good. This second thing, okay. Whenever you take the attack action or make an opportunity attack, you can manifest a psychic blade in your free hand and make an attack with the blade. So on your turn, you get an action, bonus action, your movement, right? So when you decide, like, I'm going to take the attack action, that's when you can decide what exactly you're going to do with your blades. Your blades themselves are basically a simple melee weapon.
Oh, they're D6.
They do
They're
a
like a short
D6
sword
of
instead a
damage,
dagger.
The
and they
bonus
have a
action was
range of
D4 though.
60 to 120 feet. Okay, is all of that tracking thus
Well, I
far?
guess
Yep.
the same thing,
Okay,
but
good.
just
I'm just
if you
making
use it
sure
as
that
bonus
you're-
action, it's a
you're good
D4,
here.
so
Yeah.
D6.
Da-da-da-da.
Weird. That
The
lowers
blade
it.
It's a,
also
uh,
has Vex
it's a
on
short
it,
sword instead of a.
which
Yeah.
means
That's cool.
that when you make an attack with that weapon, I believe your next attack is at advantage.
If she
Okay.
hits.
If you hit. You have to hit for that to work? Okay. Good. We're good so far.
But I have advantage because I'm in a tree right now.
Correct. So
Okay,
it
okay.
would. So you
So it doesn't-
essentially with your first attack,
Mhm.
you have advantage, right? And you'd hit, and then if you hit, your next attack will also have advantage. So it's actually working pretty well.
The
for
way
you.
that your sneak attack damage works is you have to have advantage for that damage to come into play.
Do you understand that part of it for your sneak attack? It's okay if you don't. We'll figure this all
Yeah.
out. Okay. So your sneak attack. Your sneak attack is a rogue ability that you get that you essentially just deal extra damage when you deal damage in attack. So you only get that sneak attack if you have advantage on your attack. Or if you have an ally within 5 feet of who you're
So
attacking.
since I have advantage,
Yes.
I'm getting this.
Yes.
Yes, you will
I
get a
need more
sneak attack.
D6, but also like maybe
Right.
not.
Okay,
So,
here, I'll get you some more
So we'll make this super simple. So your first attack that you're gonna do, you're doing it with the blade, right? Okay, are you doing it throwing it, or are you gonna go up and
No, I'm just
stab
gonna
it?
throw it. I'm
You're
staying
gonna
in the
throw
tree.
it? Okay, so you're kind of like
Good place to be.
climb up into the tree as best you can, kind of hidden as well as you can. You very quickly just like take your hand forward, and as you do it, like, how would you say the blades look? Like, what do you think they look like to you? Like, are they
They look blue.
like
probably.
bluish?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they just like a dagger, or kind of like longer? Is it
Yeah, like a
sword?
dagger. I
Okay.
don't know. I'll draw something.
Okay, cool. And
Figure it
then
out.
once you manifest it, you just kind of like up in the tree, get ready, and it's not even like this full, like you have to like project and throw it. You almost more or less can just like push your hand forward, and the energy itself, you just kind of project it in that direction to
Gambit?
cause it. Yeah, yeah, in a way. However you think it would go.
Okay.
But go ahead, and you're gonna roll a d20 with advantage, and then add your to hit bonus.
So, D6.
Whoa. Wait, where's the hit bonus?
hit bonus for your blades.
Yeah, I think the best way, because the
actually,
psionic
it's not
stuff
on there.
definitely adds a whole another element to
but
it that you have
easy
to
to
get
calculate. We're just going to add our dexterity bonus, which is 5, and then we're going to add our proficiency bonus, which is +3. So we'll add 8 to whatever you roll.
25.
25
Well-
hits. Roll advantage.
I know there's advantage, but come on.
So go ahead and roll again, because if you hit a 20, that'll be a crit.
Okay, it was 14.
Okay,
like-
so you're going to hit either way.
Okay.
There's a lot going on with that, and I know it feels overwhelming, but like if you just keep taking your like turns in combat, like one after the other, you'll eventually get, like I said, like a routine, and we'll take it
Yeah.
slow, and
Keep up with
it'll
you
be
guys,
easy
too.
to get there. So your first attack hits, all right. So you get sneak attack on that.
Yep.
So you're gonna roll your damage, which is gonna be
That's where you get your choice though to use your.
It's going to be 1d6 for the dagger, plus 3d6 for sneak attack. But you can choose to use some of your sneak attack dice to apply additional conditions because of Cunning Strike. That's where the poison comes in,
So I can poison them.
if you would like to.
I would like to.
Poison
Okay.
Do you,
them, try
do
to
you
knock 'em
spend it
prone.
in like you don't get to roll it anymore?
Yes, that is how it works.
I see.
okay.
Plus
Do you,
So-
do you understand that part of it, Ash?
Yes, I have 14 damage currently,
Okay.
but I need to roll with advantage, so I need to do all that.
No,
again.
no,
No. Okay.
Advantage is rolling to
Well,
hit. But
She has said.
But then I have yeah.
but you have Savage Attacker. So okay, so you rolled all of your dice.
Okay,
So
so,
you do-
remember 14.
So for
because
now,
that might not be
for simplicity's sake,
yeah.
you not do the poison. You're just rolling your standard damage, okay?
Oh,
But you get to re-roll that
yeah, that's fine.
because you have Savage Attacker.
So that one was 14.
13.
Okay, that
Other
was
one-
bad. Let's just
The
go
other one
14.
was better.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
14.
All right. So
Plus
your dex.
plus your
Which is
damage.
5.
So 14 plus 5, so you do 19 damage.
19
Thank you.
damage. Okay, that's the first attack. We're
We made
good.
it.
19
I'm
attack
scared.
to
Now,
You got this. You'll get more
It's-
comfortable with it.
Yeah, it'll get way easier.
now your Psionic Blade has a property
Mm-hmm.
called Vex, which because you hit that
I
guy,
get advantage on my next turn.
yes. And now because you used your Psionic Blade, you can use your bonus action. That first part was your action.
Yeah.
To use another Psionic Blade where the damage dice is only a d4 instead of a d6. So you get to roll again to hit, which is the d20.
Oh, yeah.
And you should get advantage.
Yes.
You have
So
advantage
10.
on this one.
So you get to roll it
Plus-
again,
8. So 18.
or
Okay.
roll it again,
Well, 17, but you know.
Okay,
plus 8, so
so-
25.
Thank you.
Okay, so that
All
was...
right. Either way, that one hits. So
Yep.
it's another attack. So on this one, you only get sneak attack once a round, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes,
that how that
everyone's in
works?
agreement. It didn't
Yeah.
change, right?
Wait, I shouldn't say yes.
I'm just making sure.
So,
It should be once a round.
yeah.
I don't
Per
think it's a turn.
Per turn.
That's
So you don't get your sneak attack damage on this one.
so if somebody like leaves her range,
Do you still
Yes.
get
she
your...
can do it again.
Once per their turn, yeah. So you can do it on anybody's turn.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
So easy enough.
But
so
only
you can only
one.
do a sneak attack one time a turn. All right. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So now you have your next attack. So your next attack is just a d6.
Oh, I thought it was
D4.
Okay,
I
D4.
thought that was the
Yeah.
bonus action one.
The d4 is a bonus action, which is what she's
Are we
doing.
good?
Oh, she doesn't have extra attack. Got it. We're good.
Do rogues get a later?
It's 2.
No.
Never
Never
got
got extra
2
attack.
plus dex, or
I
is it
don't-
just 2?
I guess
It's a
dex.
bonus action attack, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
but it's like a special thing for the psychic blade. It's not like an offhand attack. Like
What?
Oh, it does say the damage to on a hit is your psionic plus the ability modifier, so you get
Okay,
plus
so
dex.
that plus your dex modifier, whatever you roll.
7.
7? Okay, so you did 7 damage on the second one.
Nice.
Good turn.
Good stuff.
What was the first?
You did 19,
Okay. I
and
was
then you
like,
did 7.
that was cool.
Solid.
Thanks for helping everybody.
You're good. It'll be easier this next time because it's going to come back to you at some point.
Oh, God.
Throwing both of the blades out toward him, you can see he definitely reacts to it, kind of just like gets hit and falls forward before turning around and like trying to find where you are. Looks long enough, he'll more than likely like see you, but as of now he's just like pacing, like looking around, like not up, he's just like scanning the horizon of the trees, so it doesn't seem like he even sees where you are right now.
Good.
Steiner and Rodier and Sigrid, you guys watch as this individual here charges forward.
describe him a little bit?
I'm sorry. I got a key there.
Alright. You see him running forward. He has both of the sides of his head are shaved, and he's got this kind of long brown braid that goes down to his back. You saw initially when the two of you were running up, he's missing his left eye, like on this side. There's like a gnarly scar, and it's kind of like folded over, and the skin has healed kind of odd. He kind of starts like charging up. Pretty muscular, somewhat like longer features. He's probably about 6 foot, human. He's just holding like a long sword in his hand. Starts walking up and just goes to take like a huge carve up towards this individual in front of him. It's gonna miss on that though. He goes to like actually swing, and as he goes to swing up, you watch the hand of that kind of feral-looking creature, like almost like half wolf, half man in front of him, reaches down and just grabs the blade and like growls in his face. Wolf will take you today. And then he throws the blade down onto the ground, almost causing him to fall as well.
If you want to not provoke an opportunity attack, use this.
Ralph?
With this. And then you can leave it after.
Gonna fight this guy.
That's actually pretty cool.
Ralph hits.
Yeah, go Ralph.
3 damage.
He's down, right? That's 3 neck damage. That's weight. That's a different elf. 3's enough.
Alright, this guy's up. He's gonna swing at Ralph.
That's crazy. I have a vendetta against this guy.
He's gonna miss against Ralph.
Good, that fucking pussy ass.
He takes the axe and
I
goes
might
to,
fireball that
like,
guy this round.
Ralph like jumped up and bit like up toward his chest and fell down and then went to bite toward his leg. The guy takes the axe and like does this really long, like tall, like chop down at him, and Ralph just like tries to not like evade it and jump to the side. He almost like skimpers like backward and causes him to like roll like out of the way. It's not like a dodge by any means. He just like instinctually backs up and eventually like kind of rolls onto his back before standing upright. Okay. He's gonna shoot Kane with an arrow.
That's messed up, too. What if
I don't think that's gonna hit.
Wait, I don't have armor on. Woke me up in the middle of the night.
It's gonna be
I never wear armor.
16 to hit.
My dingling out. Just swinging around. That'll hit without my armor.
It's got 2 swords and a shield. Man's carrying around a mace.
11 points of piercing damage.
It's cold
So
outside.
the arrow just like slam right into your upper clavicle, like kind of into your shoulder pocket. Sigrid, I forgot to mention it before. You have a point of heroic inspiration. I forgot to mention it. Like after your training and like training Malik a little bit, you get a point of heroic inspiration.
Oh, nice.
What does inspiration do?
You just basically can re-roll any time you re-roll it, or anytime you roll a 20, you can choose to re-roll it, but you have to take the new result.
Oh, okay.
So like even if you roll a natural 1, like you can choose to use it, and then you just take the new roll. But like if you roll a 15 and then you choose to re-roll and you roll like a 3, you have to take the 3. It just gives you some sort of weird luck, essentially.
Or unluck.
Okay. All right. That. This guy's gonna take an axe attack at
We're
you.
gonna be sitting around for a
11.
while. We're at the goblin part.
The
11 to hit Kane.
part?
Gabagoo?
11 to hit.
I got this.
Miss.
Oh, thank goodness.
He takes the axe and goes to slam it into you, and it finds purchase on the shield. You can hear it kind of go like off of the metal in the center of it. Like you perfectly block it as you're putting your arm up. And even when you do that, you just kind of take and shove back the arm that's resting up
So
there.
reaction will riposte him.
Oh,
Riposte him.
okay.
So it's an opportunity attack
So I just make an attack against him now. You missed me?
Yes, because
All
you're,
right.
you're acting on that person's turn.
Ah,
It's round is everyone's turn in Compass.
okay.
That's good.
Jesus.
Nope. So 13.
Opportunity attacks,
13
which are a
misses.
reaction,
Yeah.
don't count as your turn. So even if you get your sneak attack damage on your turn, if you are in a situation where you have the option to,
All right, you're still
Use your
working
reaction
through
for
the
an opportunity
dynamic with the
attack.
sword and the
Yeah.
you
shield.
get it again.
But you cannot use bonus.
You know that you haven't
Yeah.
trained with it as much as you have wanted to, but you're kind of transitioning into this sort of fighting style. You get to a point where you start like brute strength, like using brute force in order to like try to be winning the fight, because you can see he's coming at you like swinging,
Yeah, I know.
and you're just like barreling your body forward with the shield, just like slamming into him, and you can see he's kind of getting frustrated, but he doesn't seem to be, I wouldn't say like a unskilled fighter, but definitely somebody who had a little more skill would probably give you some grief, because you're like kind of just throwing the shield up, like even like punching him and like hitting him with your elbow, shoving him back, keeping your foot up to like kick him back and keep him at bay. You're blocking with the sword every now and then, like you're just kind of almost like in a fist fight and you just happen to have a sword in one of your hands. Is what it feels like. If you're trying to get the timing down and the weight of the blade and your swing, and even like stabbing feels weird, so you're just kind of adjusting to it essentially. Another arrow is actually going to go to Volktash.
That's crazy. Shooting him while he's not here, Billy?
Yeah, that's usually when I prefer to do it. So then I come back, I'm like, hey, you took 12 damage. It's gonna miss it, though, I'm pretty sure.
Every attack should be hitting Brody right now, actually.
Yeah, that definitely misses.
Every single enemy.
These guys are just charging forward.
I'm thinking that phrase that I heard earlier was a vision of the future. Vexir darts through the mountains to the hills, across the river running from the wolf. The dragon's fire burns red hot, while the bear meets the wolf, fighting for Midgard. I think that's now. Maybe it's something later,
So the range on the bow, it's like 150, and then the other one's like 600 or
5
something.
million feet.
Yeah.
30,000?
So this guy's just gonna move up a little bit more, so he's in the 150, and shoot Brodier in the back.
But it's a longbow.
That's
Yeah,
not
it's a
stuff.
longbow. You can't see Brodier?
I cut half of it off. It's actually a short bow.
Oh, he can't see Brodier. He can't see anybody.
He can fire an arrow straight up and then not dodge it.
He's just gonna shoot another arrow on top of this.
He can shoot himself.
Yeah.
Can you look on the barrel of these things?
Shoots another flame arrow on
Used to be
that.
an adventure.
I shot myself with an arrow in the knee.
This guy sees Sigrid,
That's not cool.
right? Green?
Yep.
I don't know what color I am.
He can probably see Brody.
Apparently not.
It's a giant bear.
Yeah, are you using line of sight features?
Yeah, look at the bush.
No.
What if I do this?
I'm just moving him to the left.
Oh yeah, you shoot Brodier in the back.
Alright, cool. Something I wanted to ask you, does the Vitality Surge stack on top of his health from shapeshifting?
Sorry, what's the vitality?
Vitality Surge, when you activate your rage, you gain a
Oh,
number
good.
of temporary
You're
hit
awake.
points equal to your barbarian.
Can I get highlighters?
But he gets health when he shapeshifts.
Yeah,
Stop
so he'd have 10 HP on top of
When we get
whatever.
home, it's over.
Alright.
Does he get temp HP or just an HP?
It says
boost,
you
right?
gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your barbarian level. The lycanthropy stuff, I think, is just base HP plus.
Yeah, so those stack on top of each other. As
Okay.
long as it's not temp HP, because the temp HP doesn't, you don't like add on to it, you just take whichever's higher. Alright, so longbow shot at Brodier is going to be a 17 to hit,
That's
Version.
and that's going to be...
What's heroic inspiration? Where is
We were
that?
just talking about that.
Are we really cool?
Basically,
Brodier and Beardeer.
Basically-
Beardeer, right?
Bear Deer, yeah.
anytime you roll a
16.
d20,
I don't think
you
he...
can choose to re-roll it
Modified his sheet because
using the
his
heroic
AC is supposed to
inspiration.
be
Oh, that's cool. I
but you
have
have
really?
to take
Yeah.
what your new roll is.
Base AC plus
So if it's-
3.
so if it's
Well, he
lower-
has 13 on Bro Deer,
That's kind
so
of
16 is what.
Also,
It should
okay,
be.
so maybe this is a
Unless it should be higher than that.
glitch with humans.
Oh.
But part of heroic inspiration
Yeah, I
says
don't
you
know.
can use
Maybe
if someone
took,
doesn't have it. But if you can't gain an
Only-
additional
He
point.
took the
Only
AC
if you
traits.
have one already.
Yeah, so what
Oh.
I'm saying is if we're traveling and we're not
Yeah, that's
using
not
it,
in here, so I don't
say
know.
for like a week, could she hand it
no,
out
here's
to
the-
everybody throughout
No,
the
I
day?
think hers renews.
Plus
it.
2, so 18.
Okay, well
So,
then I
like-
would miss.
If she were to give it to someone, it would still go away and it would just
18
come back.
fair.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Because she
Yeah.
has to gain another one.
He
Like,
just
she
goes
can't give out the
to,
one she has.
Draw his maul at the same
but-
time, and it just shears the arrow
Should
off.
cheat.
He's just trying to cheat.
Should cheat.
When you play with this guy,
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, you know?
That's true.
That's what I've been told.
Alright, now this arrow on Sigrid.
That was a 20. That was a 20.
Natural 20 against Sigrid.
Speaking of cheating.
True.
Every time.
Crazy how he rolled that behind the screen.
Can I use heroic inspiration to get rid of it? It's anytime I roll it.
I don't know. I was
It's
like,
anytime I roll it.
that is a great question. I don't have the answer to it. 12 is 15 points of piercing damage. This
can't
arrow
even
comes
silvery
flying
barbs, it's
through
too far
the
away.
trees. There's flames. You can hear arrows landing and thudding. The flickering of the fire. There's howling, yelling, and you just feel this like slam into your upper shoulder as an arrow finds like right into the upper part of your chest on like the right side. It doesn't like bury itself in like super deep, but it's like into the muscle really good. Like hasn't quite pierced all the way through that to where like when it hits, it kind of like hits and then like kind of dangles a little bit to where it's like pulling at your skin. Also, you can just reach and like pull and drop it down on the ground. You feel the blood like pool out with it as it gets hit.
You should have left that in. Damn, that dude's sprinting.
Go dashing.
Doing some high knees. Why is there so many people? Set that guy on fire, Billy.
Yeah, you ran through fire by accident.
Yeah, he did. How can the rest of the villagers get here? Where are we the only people?
Where's
playing?
Gimdall?
Right. He would have cleaned up 6 people already.
Yeah.
He's not allowed to leave the village anymore, Billy.
He's the Jarl of Gatland.
Yeah, now he killed the other Jarl.
Where's the other guy?
Where's our Jarl at? That's the real question.
That's what I'm saying.
They're making their way here.
He's sleeping.
So
Sleeping on the
lazy.
Ah, they got it.
Alley
It's also
Jarl.
not very common for them to just run out here.
Yeah, that's true. Imagine if we had a ball.
What about Zolfir, whatever the fuck his name is?
Oh wait.
Now you're all son.
Zolfir, yeah.
Where'd he go?
He's probably on his way.
Be in the woods.
Are they walking?
Jarl's son.
I'm gonna have you make another stealth check, Lyra.
Gimdall does all the fighting for him.
Okay, that's a 9.
Gotta beat
That's
a
so
20.
Gotta be a 20.
Yep. What do you got?
You got 9 plus 11. So
What? No, it was 9 plus. Oh wait, no, it is plus.
Stealth.
So it is 20. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
20.
Alright. So it meets it, so he sees you.
Somebody sees me?
Or you
Yeah.
can
That's
heroic
nuts.
inspiration for your
You
day and
heroic inspiration.
I'm gonna heroic inspiration for my day.
Oh, okay. Oh, the human thing?
Yeah.
The human thing.
Go ahead. Roll your
Okay.
d20 again.
is
So-
it higher than a 9?
No. They definitely see
They
me.
see.
Yeah.
It was worth a shot.
We tried.
You
But
are,
I still have advantage on my next attack. So it's
you
okay.
are in the tree. So I'm gonna give you.
There he is. He's in the trees.
Cover.
Oh wait,
Half
that's it.
cover. So you're gonna have a +2 bonus to your AC against this, which is definitely not gonna hit you.
Sweet.
definitely sees where you are and like takes an arrow and like shoots it as he starts kind of running at the same time, trying to go like between where these trees and the house is. He gets to like right there, and then it is Steiner's turn. Sigrid, it's also your turn at the same time. So move stuff along.
Can I tell them another one in the trees, or is it no because it's not my turn?
You can do that. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steiner, Kaimane, there's another one coming through the trees.
Great! That's just great.
She doesn't see the 7 that you're already
No, I
engaged
don't.
with.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. Just warning
Alright.
you.
Alright. Oh, it's actually kind of a good spot for another fireball.
Interestingly enough.
That's dirt, so it's
I'm-
not going to set on fire.
I'm gonna.
Put those props
We're gonna lose that cart though.
The cart, we might just have a forest fire. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm shooting the big guy right in front of Steiner.
Okay.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
You don't have to do
Wait,
Spread
quit
it!
that! Fire doesn't spread. Fire stays in
that. Fire
static.
is stationary.
Yeah, static cubes. I played Minecraft.
Unless it's next to wood and then
Yeah.
it spreads, which
That's not wood. That's limestone.
That's steel.
Those are iron blocks.
That's our farm, Billy. Like you just don't have to be doing it like that.
He's still going, and that's crazy to me.
the more we talk, the more he
Make your attack.
The longer we delay, the more fire.
Pay no attention to the
He's
man.
still going!
Fire.
Hurry, make your attack. Make your attack.
I did.
No.
Billy,
Billy, stop having
He's
fire.
gonna
Make his attack.
It's gonna hit a memory limit at
It
some
was a
point,
natural
right?
20.
Can't hit
For
anymore.
real?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
With that being said, though,
Light his ass
I
on
am
fire.
gonna use I'm gonna use piercing arrow with it.
Okay.
So 1 foot wide.
So you have garbage.
Line. So it's gonna hit the guy behind him too.
Okay.
The creature needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
The one that is behind or the one in front?
It says each creature in the line. So both of them.
Okay, so the first one's a 20.
Okay.
The
Crazy
second
how-
one is
crazy
not that.
How you put the high one first.
Second one fails.
Okay. So the first one just doesn't take the extra damage. The second one does take the extra damage. So first guy takes 12 damage. Second guy takes 18.
Is that with your bonus damage from rolling a crit?
Oh no, I didn't roll that. Thank you.
Crit.
I crit.
Wait, 6? Sorry.
Wait.
Sorry.
I'll tell you in a second.
Hang on.
I didn't get any of it. You got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's fine. Don't worry about
that's
it.
fine. You don't need it yet.
He gave you wrong information.
I gave you the
Oh,
bad
okay.
He
information.
forgot he crit.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
First guy takes 19 damage.
19.
Second guy takes 31.
Nice.
Jesus.
Those guys get hit by the fireball, they gotta be close
Yeah.
to dead.
Don't mind me. I'm trying to erase pen.
Oh.
Classic.
Okay, so the arrow goes clean through. It's essentially like hits him, and then there's like this extra energy that projects outward, like a bunch of like not spears, but like spikes that fly off afterward. And you just see the guy behind him like charging forward with the shield. Actually throws the shield up, but there's so many of them like on the lower end, and it just like slams into him, that he just like, and then just like falls down onto the ground.
And one more against the big guy.
Okay.
Unless any of these other guys look really hurt too.
The other guys look just as hurt as the one that just died.
Okay, well, I'm gonna shoot the big guy though.
Okay.
Oh, that was almost. Damn it. That was a 19. 26 to hit.
Wait to see what he does. 26 hits.
Yeah.
I had a question. So I get a free cast of Misty Step every day.
Yep.
Can I still cast a spell if I use it in that way, like the free casting of it, or no?
I think by free just doesn't expend a spell slot, right?
Yes, that's what.
Right.
11
so
lightning.
11.
Yeah, I'm gonna use bonus action, make it lightning.
Well, it's also still a bonus action.
Right. Yeah. You can still cast a spell.
Okay.
Where's Malik at? I've been teaching this guy the bow all week. This man ain't
You
here.
played a spellcaster for a long time.
Malik,
Yes.
not Malik.
When do I use these? This is my.
This
to
is
hit?
when
What's
you
the
do
distance
to
from
hit.
the
Okay.
This is your
ground
to
where I'm
hit.
standing
And
to
this
the
is-
roof?
This
Yeah,
is
really.
your add your spellcasting modifier. Like you can do this to this many creatures
Oh,
plus your
okay.
spellcasting modifier, or
Gotcha.
add your spellcasting modifier to your save. Blah blah blah.
20. All right.
Just making sure.
And then
Sometimes it was.
I'm gonna
that is what they
throw a
roll.
faint punch,
They have to be good.
and then I just vanish into
was
mist.
just making
And
sure
I'm
I
gonna
was
appear up on the roof.
Yep.
This
This is just gonna be the same as like
Yeah,
you
that's fine.
making like.
I have up
a
to
normal
up to
attack.
30.
Yeah.
So if I can go, if I need to go a little higher, I
Proficiency,
can.
unless you have a
Up to 30,
item
you
that.
said?
Yeah.
helps
I-
out.
Oh yeah, you can be like here.
No matter how many times I do this, it just feels
Oh, yeah.
weird to me.
In
And then
most of these, you gotta be careful too, because some of them are ranged, some are melee like spells.
Oh.
I'm not doing a lot of melee spells.
Yeah. Well, you should be.
That's true.
Because do you not use this? Do you just use like your regular dex?
did
or
the
strength?
guy
Something like that. Yeah.
in front
Whichever one's better, I
of
think.
I can't remember his name right now, but the feral-looking Viking guy dead ahead of me. Did he get hit by the fireball?
One of them did.
Okay.
Oh, it says you can
and
use your
Tell you
spellcasting
which one
ability
it was.
instead.
I'd imagine
For
I
the
could see
attack and
singe
damage
marks or
rolls.
something.
It was the other one.
The other one over
Yeah.
by Brodeer?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna throw out a Chaos Bolt, and I'll throw it at the one dead ahead of me.
Okay.
Advantage on the roll because of innate sorcery.
Spellcaster Kane, I'm gonna have you guys do your turns at the same time, so you're next.
18 to hit.
18 will hit.
So because I'm still being sneaky, does that mean I do sneak attack damage?
That's not how that works.
Because someone saw me, right?
No.
Oh,
Sneak attack damage is if you have advantage
I do.
or there's somebody within 5 feet of the person you're attacking.
Yeah, I got that, but I have advantage.
Yeah, so you get sneak attack damage.
Then why'd you say no?
Because it has nothing to do with you being sneaky.
8.
You have advantage
Change the damage type.
because you hit with your psionic blade.
Okay, this is
last
gonna
turn.
do.
Vexed. And so that guy is vexed, which gives you advantage on your next
Okay,
attack
okay. Sorry, I
until
just
the
need
end
to
of
hear it like
next
backwards.
15 points of cold damage to that guy.
13?
15.
15. I don't know why I heard.
Ah, you're good.
It's okay, I use guiding bolt, I hit people, I forget that the next
Okay.
attack against them has
And then
advantage
I'm
on all the
gonna
fucking-
wild magic surge.
Sorry, was that to the
Yeah,
one in front of
remember that
Brody
drink
or the
always
one in
keeps
front of you?
Dead ahead in front of Lyra's brother.
I'm gonna go over to that game again.
Actually,
You probably will.
Probably not.
okay, only one.
Okay.
Well, I'm subjected
Use your
to a
dice.
random effect,
I lost.
which I need to roll a
I'll smell my
d8.
dice.
Smell 'em?
They're scented dice.
Are they actually?
5. Okay, illusory butterflies flutter in the air within
want
10
Vampire
feet.
wine.
Does it do anything or they're just butterflies?
I feel like I
Just
can smell
butterflies?
them
Are those the
here.
ones that smell like ass?
No, not those ones.
Oh.
ass dice.
Yes, please.
The other ones have an interesting smell.
Kay likes
Oh.
the smell of those ones.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All right, that's my
She
turn.
likes those.
Cemetery soil. Okay.
First level.
Oh yeah, that's actually not bad. It kind of smells like,
like
it smells like yeah,
it's
garden.
like-
It smells like a basement I had when I was a kid.
Cemetery soil.
Yeah.
That smells like a basement.
It does smell like a basement. Maybe it was a
Alright.
moldy basement. I don't know.
What kind of damage was the cast?
Cold.
Cold? Yep. Shoot
swing it down toward him, there's just kind of just like this huge blast of energy up against his chest, causing him to like move, but barely, just kind of reacting to it. They don't seem immune to pain by any means, but they're just like the tenacity. You can see like the way that they're fighting and like pushing themselves forward. He's like kind of growling the way that he was talking as well. Volcash, you're up.
Do something.
Natural 20 on a guiding bolt against the one attacking Rolf.
Nice.
Yeah, let's go.
Kill him.
I see him take a swing at take a swing with his axe at Ralph.
Okay.
And I immediately just responsibly swing my staff in his direction and shoot a guiding bolt out at him.
Alright.
Go, leave him alone!
Alright, let's see the damage.
86.
1,000 damage. Sorry to make the rules. Ooh. What? What are you wrong about, huh?
I don't like chin scratches.
You don't?
Maybe I don't. Maybe I've missed.
28
What?
radiant damage.
How much?
28.
28.
I don't believe I add anything to that.
Just roll the dice twice.
Yeah.
But now Wolf has advantage on his next attack against him too.
Or you do.
Or
Oh, unless you're attacking.
which I get to use my bonus
You
action.
should just kill this guy. Anybody who puts Rolf in danger deserves it.
True. I use my bonus action. I rolled 2 11s. Ah, 19 to hit.
Hits.
I need
10 more damage.
Okay.
Radiant.
I probably don't need to work that much.
Alright. That's my turn.
Alright.
We can give other people
Okay.
stuff. Is that his road train ability?
Try again.
Oh yeah, he gets to give his...
Natural 20.
Nice. There it is.
He's honed in this round. Last time he was figuring it out, but he's honed in.
Yeah, he gives temp HP to one person per round using his reaction or something like that.
Okay.
I don't know what it is exactly.
That's fine.
I don't know if it's when he rages.
I think it's
when
in
he
the-
rages.
I think it's part of the barbarian thing, yeah.
2d8.
Vitality, surge, life-giving force.
7.
Yeah, when range is
11
in.
damage.
11?
Yep. And he's sapped with the longsword, so his next attack is disadvantage.
Oh, I should have read what the number was.
Second attack.
Another natural 20.
12.
I need to get you some
As he's holding the shield, you see your opportunity as he like goes to block the one attack, the
Switch
kind of
dice.
second one that you missed, like going up. You see where his shoulder is, and you just bury the blade into his like basically offensive, like the arm that's holding the axe. Bury the blade into his shoulder, causing it to like bleed, and him like move his arm, trying almost to not drop the axe to where he's sitting there holding it, kind of holding his arm down at his
Based
side,
on your level.
holding the shield tight to his chest to block the next one.
Maybe it's already baked into his numbers, but I don't
Bueno.
know. No, probably not.
There.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can tell. 7.
All right. Yes.
Okay, so it's a +2.
What?
You know what?
What?
All right. Brodier attacked recklessly last turn.
Yep.
Thought you agreed.
I said maybe.
Well, no, he didn't attack at all.
Oh yeah, that's right. 'Cause he
So,
raged. Never mind.
just
I
straight.
thought he did the javelin thing. I was
No problem.
Okay. It's gonna take some attacks.
Some attacks, not 2, some.
It's going to take an infinite number of attacks.
Yeah. A yet undetermined number of attacks.
A number of attacks that is required to kill you.
the exact number.
3 claw attacks.
No more, no less.
Not great on the rolls here. None
That's
of these are
good.
gonna hit.
That's good.
The highest is 17.
Okay, he's at 18. 18 AC.
Alright, so as Brodier gets up over the fence and meets this
He just hurdles it.
kind of creature in the halfway point, jumps over as he's like kind of transforming, turns into Bear Deer, where you can see his huge kind of bear form, still scarred up, grayish kind of white fur. He just like spear tackles the creature like down onto the ground, and is just like holding his hand down onto its chest, like keeping him on the ground, getting ready to pick the maul up and just like slam it down onto him as he's just sitting there flailing his arms out, trying to claw at Brodier, unable to do so, before he eventually like worms his way out to the side and stands up in front of him.
How's the other wolf?
Just the first person in front of him is Kaimane here.
Yup.
See, I and R here.
Take
These two are the same
3
letter.
attacks. Leave that man alone.
Your deduction skills are pretty powerful there.
Okay, so 2 are gonna miss, 1's gonna hit.
I'm always on the lookout for it.
Deal 8 points of damage to Kaimane.
He's tough. He can take it.
Wait, did that say out of 10?
It's not.
That's not
It's
accurate.
not accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, it took Billy 20 minutes to number them all and add them to the thing. Imagine he had to go in and change all their HPs to them too.
I thought about doing it to like the enemies, but then I was like, why would I let you guys see how much health they have? It works for me
Yeah,
like
we'd
not having to
metagame
mark
too
it if I
much.
do it for like NPCs. Alright, after that though,
Bear Deer. All right, exactly kind of like you said. As he worms his way out, the maul's already pulled off of the back, and he's going to take 2 heavy swings at the feral-looking Viking right in front of him.
okay.
Oh, there's stuff on the back here? I don't know what any of this does. All right,
It's a little lopsided. It might get confusing. Hold on.
I'm going to go reckless. Both of the attacks with the maul. Right on the plate. 10 plus another 10 for 20 for the first one.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
There we go. Now there's no confusion.
The next one's going to be even higher, 24.
Yep.
And it's 2.
Am I the only one with the last name?
I have a last name.
I don't have a last
I
name.
actually have 2 last names.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. 2 different last names.
I don't know who I am.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot. I forgot.
4, so 9 plus another 9.
Yeah, I guess so.
18 points of bludgeoning damage for the first one.
18, you said?
Yeah, and then a 6. Definitely can't be a 9. 17 points of bludgeoning damage for the second one. And then he's going to give Sigrid temporary HP.
Sorry, how much was the second?
17. So 19 and then 17.
How much HP do I get?
I gotta roll 2d6 to find out. I'll let you know. 10.
Oh, nice.
Now that's a lot of free health.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention on the last turn of that Viking there, he just kind of lets out this like huge roar as he's like on the ground, like pinned there, just kind of going into this like berserk state where he's just like his eyes are just basically like focused, dialed in on trying to kill whoever's in front of him.
Alright. Okay, that's good. Same.
How does the temp HP work again exactly? That he can do, or is it only
That he
when it
gives
rages?
out.
Yeah,
It's the start of every turn he can give it out.
Oh, okay.
And it's up to a number of d6s up to his rage modifier, which is +2. So 2d6 at the start of every round.
Okay.
And I'd imagine it goes away. I'll check. After the round. any of these hit points. Oh no, he just gives them out. You can just keep giving them out. They just remain until they're used or until his rage ends.
Why does this man never do this?
I know.
He always forgets.
They have to be.
He also doesn't rage all the time.
They have to be within 10 feet though. So it's,
All right.
it's
Do
like
it to yourself.
Lyra, you are
he already
up
gets
again.
10 HP.
I'm gonna
His
do-
rage
Your first attack should be at advantage because your last one had the Vex property on it.
Yeah, just gonna do what I did last time because that guy doesn't know I'm here. The other guy does, but he walked away, so that's cool.
Okay.
Um,
Should I hit this guy as he's trying to run?
so
plus
8, so 16.
Well, you have advantage and you roll twice.
Okay. That's right.
How
So,
far is he?
26 to hit.
26. Give me 1 second because
Yeah.
Jerry brought up the Jesus.
She has 60 feet.
Yeah.
60 feet.
Or she has up to
Thought it was
120
more.
feet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
yeah,
60 feet.
120.
You're still good
I'm just
either
making
way.
sure it's not.
Oh,
disappearing.
after 60
Yeah,
feet?
you're good.
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry. You hit, right?
26.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
26.
definitely hit. So you get your sneak attack again. So your normal d6 for your blade, right? And then however many for
4
the
d6,
sneak
right?
attack.
40. So 1d6 for your blade plus 3d6 for sneak attack damage.
You got the right number.
Okay, thank you. Wait, that's 2?
No.
No, okay. Alright, 5, 10, 16.
That's pretty good.
And now you get to
20.
re-roll that.
20. You said?
Savage attacker does that?
Yeah.
Yeah. You reroll
One's
damage.
And that's 17, so I'd rather go with 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you add your dexterity modifier, which is 5.
So 25?
25?
Yep.
Okay.
You should die now.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
still alive.
with your bonus action,
Yes.
you get to use another blade.
Yeah, isn't it just 1d4?
Well, you gotta roll.
You got to roll to hit,
Yeah.
but you have advantage
Okay.
again because you vexed.
So that's the nat 20.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait,
So-
roll again, see if you hit another net 20.
So your
Then you gotta
damage
give her 4 times damage.
is actually now 2d4.
Oh, okay. Got another one of those?
You use this metal.
Oh, so that's awesome. Okay. Wait. Oh, that's 2. Okay, that's 5.
5?
Plus
Yeah.
your
Plus-
dex modifier, which is 5.
So 10. He should die now. A big fool.
He does die now.
That's awesome. We did it, guys.
The first blade that you throw, you kind of hit it and see as he's like trying to run away, it like falls down onto the ground, and then he like starts to get himself up, and then you just take the blade again and throw another one like right toward the base of the skull, causing him to just go limp onto the ground.
That's what he gets.
You still have your movement.
Oh, yeah.
You don't
There's a
see
forest
anybody. You can see this guy over here,
Can I sneak into the bushes?
or this way.
Yeah.
Sure can.
Sneak.
How much is your movement?
My movement is 30 feet.
Okay, so you can get to like here.
Can I crouch so nobody sees me? Or is that not an option?
Yeah, you can try to do that.
Alright, I'm gonna crouch.
Just on your next turn. So technically, like if you're in combat trying to like stealth, you have to use hide like as an action.
Yeah.
You can, I think,
You
as
get
a
to
rogue,
use
you
it
can do it
as
as
a
a
bonus
bonus action.
Okay.
So on your next turn, so right now you're not technically hidden, but this guy seemingly doesn't know you're there.
Correct. Okay, I'm
for
probably
the time
fine how I
being.
am. It doesn't have to be complicated.
So like on your next turn, you can attempt to do that if you wanted to try to sneak up, but
Yeah.
you're gonna have advantage already though because you. Or wait, is it only against?
It's
the
only
creature you
against the
hit?
person that got hit.
Gotcha. Never mind. All right, we'll figure out when it
That's
gets.
probably a
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So you.
Now he's gonna kill him.
If you ever get hit, you can also reduce damage too.
Yeah, put Gimdall in there, Billy.
Oh yeah.
Uncanny dodge.
Oh, there's cunning axe. So on turn.
He's
bonus
really
action,
fast. He
takes
could probably
action
get there
to
and
dash,
back. He'd
disengage,
probably
or hide.
be hanging around.
I forgot about him.
But you've been using your bonus action to
Yeah,
throw
I
the
know.
second dagger.
And we got another Jarl in town, too.
Yeah. Your next attack roll against that creature before the.
Yeah, did he just go in and close the doors?
Yes.
Oh, hell no. You don't know that.
This ain't my fight.
See how much faster that turn was in the first one?
Yeah, because I basically copied exactly what I did prior
That's
to.
fine.
Yep.
Exactly.
at the base of it, that's like your turn, right? Like if you're attacking, and then you can start to see your abilities and like add little shit in here, or
Branch out.
situationally start to do stuff. Like you'll start to really pick up on it.
Yeah.
Get a game sense.
The biggest thing is who do I
Can't play
attack?
stuff between boards.
Yeah, I'm glad there was somebody right in front of me, otherwise I would have had no idea.
What the fuck is going on?
Oh.
You've been sent to the place between boards, Billy. The board rooms. It's the Dreamlands, brother.
Yeah, everything's loading.
Oh,
Wherever
no.
the socket is, it got disconnected.
Did your internet? Is it still up?
My internet's definitely on. I can see it on my laptop.
I'll check the screen.
What are those little dice arenas called?
Dice tray.
Dice
It's
tray.
really
Okay.
fucking awesome.
I love
You
it.
can
Yeah,
get one
Dice
like
Arena's
this.
good.
I think this was like $10.
That's not bad.
That's one on Amazon. It's got like the little rings to hold your
That was
dice
cool
and then like
shit
a
though, look at
Viking
that one.
thing in the middle.
Organize your dice.
Yeah, that was garbage.
That's
I
fine.
am gonna lose this fucking.
He's
More
right.
practical though.
Maybe just
Mine folds.
Yeah.
exit and re-enter. Is that what
Got
you're
more
trying to do?
uses.
Banning people
What?
for
I got a lot
How do you feel about your
speaking.
$10 arena?
I think it's fine.
Oh
It's better than just
my
freeballing it.
Just do the reorder.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Freeballing it? Yeah. Sometimes your dice get cocked. You know how many dice have been cocked in
He's
here?
right. He's right.
No cockage.
I
Zero
get,
cockage.
I get some cockage right here. So I don't even need the tray.
I
Did you get the
not-
really big dice?
Do not remember the turn order.
These
Yeah,
were a gift, so I don't actually know.
those are really cool. Are they heavy? Oh, pretty light.
Yeah.
I expected like so
They're
much
just
weight.
plastic.
They're really cool though.
They came in this cool box.
Oh, that's awesome. Does your phone get internet?
Yeah, I'm on Billy's Wi-Fi.
Oh. Can I see your Amazon? I want to look at trays.
Dice arenas.
Yeah, I
The
do
turn
wanna
order
look at that.
disappeared.
Who disappeared? All the enemies?
Fucking turn order.
They all died.
Sweet.
They died, Billy.
Wrap it up, go home.
Wrap it up. That way, when Jared gets here, we'll be like, and that's where we'll wrap it up for today.
Yeah, he's not coming.
At this point.
Did he
He
say he's not
would have been here at 5:30, but
And we gotta flame him and make him feel bad.
But
he's watching.
You should feel bad.
I'll probably have to leave in like a half hour or so.
I'm planning on wrapping it up at
Wrapping
6:30
it
because I know
up.
you have your shit.
oh,
Everything's on fire though.
to be fair, yeah.
That's fine. All the fire will stay in the same place till we come back.
We'll like come back and he's like
Yeah.
adding more fire.
Are these the
You guys were
highlighters
gone.
you want, Ash?
What was that?
Are these the highlighters you want?
The ones that are in the cart?
Yeah.
Yes. Unless you put those in the cart, which
Why would
yeah, exactly. Why would you? That was me. Those are the ones I got Ben for his birthday. He said he liked them too, so.
Well, look at that. The one Chop got is right at the front there.
Yeah, because it's good.
Does it come in
There's a
green?
pink one.
So
Oh,
get this,
that'll match my
get this
setup.
way better.
It's got a book with some dragons in it. It looks, and there's some Viking sites rating on there.
Look at that.
It's $50.
The $50
Oh, look
one?
at that.
Jerry's like, I'm
There's a
getting one
cat
too.
one.
There's a cat one. Is that $50 though?
No, it's $13.
That's an unlucky number. Can I see it though?
Clickety clackety, I roll to attack.
Yeah, and it rolls
That's
up.
crazy to have on something.
Does anybody remember whose turn it was before we just?
Brodeer's, I think. No, I honestly have no clue. I think it was I think it was his
I
turn.
think you're right.
I'm adding you to the cart.
Alright.
I think you were
Tiny.
adding people
Which one?
and then,
Yeah.
Clickety clackety, I roll to attack me.
but I do think it was
Can't
his
even
turn.
see anything. Oh wait, I can see this.
How do you say his name?
Kai.
No, I know Axe.
Oh.
Oh,
Kaimin, that's what I
Yeah,
was looking
he's
for.
named after General Grievous.
Whoa.
Doesn't act like him though. He just had a cough. The drawstring one is pretty cool.
The purple one?
Yeah, the purple one. I'm gonna add it to cart and just see what I can find.
You hear shouting coming from behind you guys. You can hear it kind of below. Axe, who you saw before, I'm gonna rip your fucking head off! And he starts just charging forward at these guys.
Yeah! Rip it off! You go, X! Get him!
Axe him, dude.
That's the last words of a true warrior.
You think I should get one of these and roll my dice like this?
What the fuck?
Claw attack, a bite attack, and an axe attack.
Oh, yeah.
Against,
Like an
It's a
old arcane
dice spinner.
artifact.
That's actually kind of cool. It's stupid, but it's cool.
Okay.
And see
Kinda
smoke come out
butt
of your
cheeks
ears every time.
Claw
you
attack's a
roll.
natural 20, which is the lowest damage one. which
Okay,
is-
I'm going to... Steiner is going to cast Silvery Barbs to
Okay.
distract him, so he has disadvantage on that natural 20. 5.
Alright, so all of them are gonna miss then.
I'm gonna
I
roll
think.
a
Let
wild
me
magic.
double check.
Thankfully not,
Yep, they all miss.
but my number is down. Okay, and then I'm going to, with the Silvery Barbs, give advantage to Sigrid on his next roll.
Okay. Going through all of their turns now.
That would have just stayed
Attack
19.
against Ralph.
No.
That's a 20.
No. You did this.
Billy, I'm not coming back if you kill Ralph. I ain't coming back. You make your choice.
I'll go home right now.
Carrie's
It
about
will effectively kill 3 party members.
It does.
Does
knock
what?
him 4 damage, so
Oh.
he has a health point left.
That's fucked up.
It only does 4 damage?
Heal him. You gotta heal him.
Why'd you say only? Like you want him dead?
I don't.
I
I'm
rolled
just
a-
surprised.
Does
I
anybody have
rolled a
healing
3 and a
powers?
1.
Or health potions?
I have healing.
I have health potions.
Okay.
I'll
You
use
might
that
be okay.
regeneration potion if I need to.
Oh shit! It does. He's dead. I didn't add the fucking dex bonus. I'm sorry.
Straight dead?
No, not dead. He's just unconscious.
He's gotta make death saves.
It's fine, I got
We
this.
have diamonds.
He probably has advantage
The
on death
axe
saves.
slams into his side. Essentially, you hear the like crunch, and then the blade comes out, and like this, and then he falls over onto his side.
I'm casting Fireball over there. So.
Another arrow going at Kane.
Stop shooting him. He's fighting.
17 to hit.
Yep. Being butt naked really ain't helping.
Shot my cheeks, dude.
6 points of piercing
You
damage.
caught that arrow between your cheeks. Safe.
Axe attack
It's got a
against
disadvantage.
you. That will also hit
With disadvantage?
with disadvantage.
No.
Oh yeah, because of the.
What's
sap.
happening?
That also hit 18.
Yep.
7 points of. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong dice. Give me 1
It's
second.
over your solo fighting cheeks out.
Still
I need some
7
backup.
points of slashing.
There's like 17 guys by
Where's
us.
that?
And none of these attacks would have hit if I had armor on.
Where's the
Arrow going toward
Where's the sword?
Rokesh.
Sleep in your armor.
There's still arrows like
Always
coming
ready.
from the forest itself.
I always sleep in my armor.
I always sleep in
19 to hit Rokesh.
Yeah.
You take 10 points of piercing damage as an arrow just flies through the forest and slams into your chest.
Right into your forest.
That's rough.
You see, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's Ralph. Too soon.
He'll come back, it's okay.
I got his ass.
His whole ass.
What are these guys doing?
They're burning it down.
You watch
Honestly,
them,
go get the guy who hid in there.
You watch them both walk over and start slamming the axes into the door as they run up to it and try to like open it, like push it open, but it seems to be barred from the
It's a
inside.
magnetic lock.
They start to slam axes into it.
Just putting this out here.
It
If we
automatically.
make it through this thing, they're gonna be hearing some shit. Ain't no one come out to help them.
I know, that's what I'm saying. The bell's stolen. You can hear it in the background. I don't even know where we got a bell.
They just didn't show it to us yet.
That's crazy. Where did they hide a
That's
large
Death's
bell?
bell.
Where'd that bell tower come from?
Music changed, right, fuckers?
That bell tower was assembled during the fight.
They put up a whole siege tower with a bell on it in the middle of the fight.
I ran past it and it wasn't there.
Okay.
Alright, I added a few to the cart.
Okay.
Check them out.
Another arrow.
Hurry up, check it out.
Yeah. Gotta get it today.
Here. Everybody else, all the other archers are right there, dash, so it's just one arrow. 22 to hit.
I don't know. Look at what their
Hit
options are.
Rodier.
22 does hit Rosie.
And that is 11 points of piercing damage.
Yeah, Billy threw that shit away.
We round up
That shit
or
was
down
down
for
and
that.
nasty.
Down. Everybody rounds down.
So that gets rid of his temp HP, but he's still at 85.
Guy runs up.
That's crazy. He's in the splash zone.
He's in the splash zone.
Alright, I might have to burn that fence. I apologize to whoever farms.
Ain't
I
my
was
farm.
thinking about farming.
Yeah. Well, you'll have to rebuild the fence, but then you
Yeah,
can
that's
farm
okay.
after that.
Oh, that's forgiven. These guys suck.
Here's the first attack on Rodier. 24 to hit.
Yep.
4 points of slashing damage.
Alright.
This guy didn't dash, so he's going to take an attack on Kaimane.
I don't like that.
That'll miss.
Good.
Next one, this guy on Sacred.
Yes.
18 to hit.
Damn it.
9 points of slashing damage.
You can take it.
10 HP.
Oh, you didn't even go through your temp HP. Let's go.
This guy's going to get to like right here.
And then turn around and run, because he's scared.
He's going to sit there and shoot at Sacred.
No
Sorry,
way.
no, Steiner.
Yeah, he can see me?
Ain't no
I
way.
feel like I'm pretty well hidden.
Papers.
Yeah. He's looking right into the fire. You ever looked into a fire at night? You
Look
can't see
past
what's
it.
past it.
Yeah, it's true.
You're the only thing above the fire that he can
Yeah,
see.
he's right. He's
Alright.
All right.
I've played this game all
All
day.
right.
You can play this fucking game.
All right. You got me. Take your shots. Do your thing.
Natural one. I hate it here.
That's what you
So you
get.
can't see past the fire.
Alright, Malik
it up,
shows
fail.
up.
The dice gods are righteous. That's all I'll say.
Alright, Malik is gonna shoot that guy
Crazy you
right
say it's
there.
soft because it sounds hard as hell. Sounds like
Here
you're
it
about to break
goes.
it to you.
Malik, natural 20.
No.
You really like it.
6.
There's only a second one I had.
Oh, Axe already went.
I forgot how bad the
It's
first
all
one was.
curved too.
Me?
You're up.
Ooh.
An arrow just like, you heard it like slam into the wood beneath you.
Yep. Okay. Huh? He's probably-
Go ahead, do whatever you're doing. I can hear you.
I'm thinking about it. Sigrid, you can probably go at the same
I
time.
think
We
the
did
frog
that
one's the
last
best
time.
option. Did you see him? No, you didn't.
I did.
You didn't.
I did.
What do you look like?
I can't even see you.
See, it was green?
I got a head sticking up at the end.
Yeah, that's true. Cat ones were cute too, but not as cute as the frog one. You just look so happy.
I gotta check mine.
I don't really want to fire
Give me that brown one.
That's fine. Thank you.
I'm gonna second win.
Okay.
Get
spell slot. So I'm
7 health back. With that, I also get my tactical shift.
That doesn't, you don't provoke opportunity attacks, correct?
Correct. So 15
Anymore,
feet.
that is,
15 feet backwards. As I'm,
Just like straight away from the guy.
yeah, pretty much I'm just gonna like,
Fuck.
kind of combat roll backwards, take a couple steps. As I'm taking those couple steps, I'll let loose an arrow into the guy.
Okay. My bad, boys. I did not Boys and Gale, I did not see Corbin here.
You gonna let him attack?
We got a lot going on there.
24 to hit
That'll definitely hit.
for 11 damage.
Same guy you rolled away from, right?
Correct.
11.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more into him.
Got it.
25 to hit
That'll hit.
for
So since I'm using a ranger finesse weapon,
10
can I use the
damage.
sneak attack? Cool.
Use what?
Why'd you nod your head and say what?
Correct.
I thought you said something, and then I realized I misunderstood you.
Oh. Well, I was looking at sneak attack and it says that I can use, I have not advantage, but using a ranged or finesse weapon, I don't need advantage. First,
No, you do
sneak
need
attack.
advantage.
What?
You have to be using a ranged or finesse weapon and have advantage.
If you have advantage or using,
Alright, I'm
You
gonna
typed
cast a
that
fireball,
I typed it
Billy,
wrong?
and
Why
I
did you
wanna
tell me
hit
I didn't read all
the
that
two feral guys and the other guy next to Kaiming. And maybe the guy on the other side of the feral vampire, but I don't want to hit any allies, so. Too big. 3, 2. Maybe
That guy's
that way more?
Right?
Yeah.
So you at least could get that to work. What, 20?
Yeah, 20.
I'll give it to you with four right here. I don't know. You're either gonna hit these three here, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, based on how I'm looking at it here, or 1, 2, 3, because it looks like there's like approaching into the.
Can I get the two feral guys and the one guy?
Oh, I see what you're working on here.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna do that then.
First barrel on the left.
Sev-
Fails.
17.
Second one. 16. Last one. Fail.
Okay. 4, 6, 7. That's actually not that bad. So 10, 12, 22, 25, 29 points of fire damage.
29.
Yes.
Okay.
Shield your faces!
I wasn't even there. Oh, I did that.
Bless you. Bless you.
Bless.
Okay.
Damn, none of them died?
There's a lot of people that have been hit.
That guy got hit by 2 fireballs.
I know these guys have been hit, but yeah.
Ready to end it all.
Right down this. Okay. Boktash and Kane.
How far am I from Rolf?
Hit boy.
Life has many doors.
Is that 80 feet? Let me move 20 feet towards him. Please. Or 25 or 30, whatever. At least
20.
At least that.
That's enough.
Okay.
As long as I'm 60 feet away from him.
Yep.
I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt on that little piece of shit that fucking killed him.
Alright.
It's a 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
That's terrible damage. 10 damage.
Okay.
You still standing? So 25 to hit.
I think he
8 more
does
damage?
His bonus action.
8 more?
Yeah.
First bolt slams into like his kind of chest, and then the second one that you shoot is a little bit higher and it goes clean through the neck, and you just watch it like basically cauterize as it goes through, and he just drops and slumps down onto the ground.
That stupid pussy ass bitch. I got Rolf next to me, don't worry, boys.
Beardeer's coming up too.
That's a 13. And after 20.
Oh, nice. Cut his head off.
Ability and attack.
Cut both his heads off.
Goading attack?
Yeah.
You're under a siege, dude.
Let's just give you another damage die.
Got some disadvantage against my
Dude, it's a
allies.
siege.
Oh, I might have to make a
It's
save.
a raid.
But, 23 damage.
43? Okay.
And then it's like a DC wisdom save or disadvantage against my allies. It's probably not going to take anyone else anyway. But
You're learning how to use your new stuff. That's fine.
with disadvantage against me though, because I hit him.
Okay. Is the save?
Yeah.
19 naturally.
That's good. The second one.
You definitely feel like you're getting more comfortable with the sword and shield.
I feel like I'm just getting lucky.
That's part of
Getting
comfort.
lucky hits.
It's part of comfort.
Beardeer.
Beardeer is up.
Every
He's-
lucky hit you get builds your confidence. The more confident you are, the better you are.
Did you get it? Well, you got it.
Not
You
always.
still have 1 temp HP. Beardeer is
Really
going to
confident in
give. Is that Hellman right there?
Where?
Right next to Beardeer.
No, it's Torben.
Okay, he's going to give Torben temp HP as part of his rage thing. Torben's going to get 7 temp HP. And then he's going to take some attacks against the Feral Viking guy. The first one is a 23, and the second one is a 25.
Hold it.
Alright. 9 plus 9, 18 points of damage for the first one. And then 20, oh no, yeah, 10, 19 points of damage for the second one. Did I say 18 and 19 or 19 and 19?
I heard 18 and 19.
19 and
Okay.
19.
18 and 19 is what it should have been.
20 and 20.
25 and 25. And a third 25 for some reason.
He takes the maul, just slamming it into the Viking in front of him. You can see like the hits are hurting it fully, like slamming into the actual form of the Viking in front of him. But you can see that they're just tough creatures.
And then. I don't think he did those. Yeah, that's probably his turn. And what about Kymane and Axe?
What about Kanye West?
Kymane and Axe.
Pretty close.
Not close at all.
Okay. guy running at him.
That guy definitely got hit by a fire.
That'll hit. I mean, takes the sword. He's kind of like slicing out toward the large kind of wolf humanoid in front of him, backing him off as much as he can. And then as this guy runs up next to him, he just takes the sword as he's like slashing, and then just takes like a quick adjustment and slams it into the chest of the individual next to him, killing him.
That's
Oh, wrong guy.
damn.
Oh shit!
Rip.
It never was supposed to happen this way.
How could this happen to me?
X. Get him, X! He's gonna do some attacking.
Cheering him on.
Both of those are definitely gonna hit.
Let's go with X.
Great X attack.
Axe is gonna hit with his great axe. Original, Billy. Real original.
X is getting ass. What?
He's got his cheeks up, dude. Be careful.
Dicks out for X.
Cheeks, too.
Okay.
Guy's getting the show. He's behind me.
That's crazy. For free?
Yeah.
I'm not
And he's just
looking.
gonna start slashing out with some axe attacks.
My wife on sale.
It's a 4
natural
gold,
20.
99 silver a month.
Axe takes that.
Did you kill the guy that was attacking?
It's on sale right now.
Yeah. Normally it's
I missed like
10 gold,
This
99
guy's gonna
silver.
take
70% of the attacks.
3 axe attacks at Brodier. Or sorry, 2 axe attacks, 1
Did
bite
he
attack.
attack you back?
That road here?
The bite
Not
attack's
yet.
gonna be the blue.
On this round.
Can't see those.
That.
Split after he attacks me.
Are they hitting?
I'm looking right now to hit. So 12, that'll miss.
Yeah, that'll
21
hit. That'll hit.
and 24.
That'll hit as well.
So the first axe attack deals
Yep.
11 points of slashing. Bite attack.
Yep. He's double infected. He's gonna become a werewolf.
Whoa.
Or he might just get rabies from this guy. I don't know.
He already drinks piss.
He's got the immune system of a champion.
Another arrow
Someone
going
on
for
League last night
Cade.
told me I had rabies. That was his insult he went with.
Crazy.
Like, what? My
14,
jungler has
does a
rabies.
14 hit you, Cade?
14?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go. Thank goodness.
Next guy, one on you is going to make an attack.
Disadvantage.
Flexed my cheek
Less
and it bounced
than-
off.
Less than a 14.
Okay, I'll riposte him.
The arrow comes out towards you, you kind of block it, and then you see this blade attack coming underneath that you block as well.
What's the dex?
We're about to be done after this.
So I'm probably wrong, but am I not here anymore?
19.
Nope, you're gone.
You're gonna be at the bottom because there's no. Or no, wait, sorry. Shit, you're right.
Oh, you did skip her?
You would have.
Because I'm pretty sure I was before
Yeah, you were.
timing,
'Cause
but
they
I
were
wasn't.
really-
I don't know.
You're correct.
I'm insane.
Nope, you're good.
No, it's okay. You don't have to
Let's-
skip me.
You can take your turn now.
You can just take a turn now before I
Takes
move on.
15
Okay.
damage.
Did it.
Yeah, that seems right.
To hit him.
No damage. It was a 19 to hit.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you.
You get to take your turn.
Killed him on his
Okay,
turn. Fucking
so
bitch.
can I just like sneak again and then?
Yep. You can bonus action hide.
Okay, bonus action hide.
So make your stealth
Then-
check.
Make my stealth check. Thank you. 11, and then that's. Oh yeah, that's right. 22 for stealth.
Stealth.
And then with your movement, you can get to like here. You are hidden.
And then can I throw a couple daggers at him again?
You can only throw
You
one.
can throw one because you
Throw
use
one.
bonus action to hide, so you have your attacks though, so you can at least do one.
Okay, so just one.
Yep.
I'm proficient.
So go ahead and roll your d20 to hit.
Yeah. 7.
Nice.
Was.
You have
Wait, what was it
advantage
again?
also.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm just gonna ignore that one 18.
18 to hit.
What's the?
Or no,
plus
yeah,
eight?
plus 8.
Oh yeah, is it
5
that?
and 3.
5 and 3. Oh, okay. Okay. So,
Should write it on
I thought it was on there somewhere.
your sheet. Is it?
I don't
I think
see it.
I think we got to work on what your attacks are,
Yeah.
because yeah.
Cool. So I just get one attack.
But you still get your 4d6.
Oh, it's 46.
Because you get
Oh,
your,
it's 4?
your damage plus your sneak attack damage.
Look at that. I was worried I'd be weak from it.
No.
Okay.
Rogue very strong.
6, 12, 13, well, 17. So 17.
You get to roll that again.
17 for the first. That might be better.
17.
17.
Plus 5.
Because your
22.
proficiency.
22. Sorry, I don't know basic.
Do you have
math
proficiency?
sometimes.
Hit or just Dex? Or like
Oh,
to
just
hit?
Dex.
You're good if you guys got it. You guys start at 7, or does it all just start?
Yeah, it could be like on.
Alright, you just kind of like slink into the shadows of the forest, still like staying on that outer edge. You've already taken out one archer. You see another one slowly trying to like creep up. You see him already shoot like 2 arrows at this point to where you sneak up yourself and then throw a blade that lands like perfectly in the back of his shoulder. As he kind of whips around, actually like looking for you and you kind of being hidden. What was your stealth check again?
22.
22. It's a natural 20, so he sees you.
Oh, that's
out in the
cool.
woods. But
It's alright.
you at least get that attack off, so he sees there.
You just gotta kill him and then you can hide again.
Yeah, exactly. So we go.
Okay.
That's right.
That guy dead.
That guy.
That guy's dead.
I shot at you already, didn't I, Volker?
Yeah.
No.
No, I didn't.
Dude, I'm trying to cheat. You
But
should've
Shab
said
killed
yeah.
Shab killed the other
I
guy.
missed that anyways.
Okay.
Okay, we go.
They're still trying to break
That's a
into
solid
here.
door. That's a solid door.
Alright, here's where some arrows start really flying.
By Shab.
Good luck.
There's gonna be 3 arrows, or sorry, 2 are going at Brodier, 1 at Sigrid.
Broder's actually a pro arrow dodger, so. And so is Sigmund, so.
Oh shit, I didn't realize that that went off too when the thing is. Hold on, I'll do it again. Thanks for noticing.
That's okay. You didn't, you know. Some people died. That's all you missed.
Jared must have fallen asleep because he would have said something.
Or he turned us off.
Yeah.
Because he hates us.
I knew it.
Okay. The 2 arrows right here. 16.
For, against Brodier?
Yep, and 13.
Both miss.
1 against Sigrid. 10.
Yes.
2 axe attacks against Brodier.
Actually, immune to axe attacks.
True. They are at advantage.
He didn't reckless unless they have some
They have
other.
flanking.
Oh. Damn, what?
Was he large?
He's got 20 decks. He does not.
That misses the first one. Second one's a natural 20.
Alright, I think I'm out of range. Can you give me the range between Steiner and the guy who hit Brodier? Thanks. What's the range looking like? 40?
40.
Alright, yeah, I can't deflect that one.
So 13 points of slashing.
And then I just keep that as is because rage. Or no. Yeah. Wait, was 13 the
13 was the total from the crit. The other one missed. From the one guy.
but I still have it to 6 then?
Yeah. Natural 1 against Torment there.
Let's go. Let's go.
guy that turned around and saw you, Lyra, is gonna shoot at you.
Nope.
Yeah, exactly.
16 to hit. What's your AC?
16.
It is 16?
It is.
So that hits.
That's rude.
Okay, you got some health to work with.
Yeah, I do.
Take 10 points of piercing damage.
Oh my god. Okay.
Well, hold on.
Why?
Oh, you can do.
You have like cutting
Uncanny
dodge,
dodge.
or yeah.
Oh, I
You
do.
take half damage on one of the attacks against
The
you.
rogue thing.
That's right.
Oh, 5.
Uncanny dodge. One hit, take a reaction to half the damage.
Yeah, so you spend your reaction, but you only take half of the damage you took. So you'd be at 35 health.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay.
Wait, 35 health?
Because you took 10, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Then yeah,
And
you'd have 5 more health.
Okay. Wait.
Alright, Malik.
Right.
You see the guy like
Red.
draw the bow back as he turns around and sees you sitting back there. As he does and like shoots, you try to just like duck into the woods and get out of the way, but it like catches you on like kind of like the lower part of your leg as you're almost like diving out of the way. Malik is gonna shoot. Malik's Viking guy. Nice. Corbin. Two attacks.
You just keep them over there if you want.
15.
Oh well. Yeah, I'll take them.
Oh, you got that?
Sure.
Oh. Oh, you know what?
Corbin's gonna stunning strike that guy. And actually kill him. That's enough damage.
Let's go.
Alright, so at this point,
That
this
mean
will be the
he
top
didn't
of
use his key point because he killed him.
You guys can see, like, the village is still being flooded by the Vikings. There's fire that is still progressively growing in different spots.
I got a plan
Arrows
for
are
that.
flying in from the forest from all sides that you can't really make sense of exactly where they're at. The combat doesn't seem like it's letting up much, and these people are dead set on trying to kill as many of you as they can. But the next time we play, we'll pick it up to finish this combat out.
We gotta end the stream. End the stream. End it. Thanks for watching.
640, good stuff.
I have a plan for putting out the fires. We're gonna do helicopter drops. I'm gonna cast fly on Brodir, and he's gonna have 2 big barrels of water, and he's gonna fly to the river, scoop up water, and then we're gonna put the fires out.
Okay. I'm here for it.
I mean, you also have your spell, but
That's cooler.
Yeah, I guess you could just make water, but
it's spreading, and there's a lot of fire.
I'm just gonna leave my stuff here.
Me too.
Maybe next time I gotta read
feel it.
It's okay. Just spend some time reading through the rogue stuff.
I will.
If you have any questions.
Yeah, honestly, the more we do combats and everything,
Yeah, the more you play, the more you'll get used to it.
Honestly, there's still all new classes to us too.
Ash, can you hit where it says stop streaming on the right side of there? There's
Oh.
like a bunch of options.
I can do
Click
it.
on the
Okay. Oh,
right
there's the
monitor.
mouse. You're already on it.
Do it with your mind.
Sure, just touch me instead of the sound was
Thinking
still
about
on.
it.